Ladies and gentlemen from the Frimley Phoenix Cricket Massive, hello there viewers and welcome to this Saturday of League Cricket. Frimley Phoenix, third 11 versus Warpulston and Bertham, second 11. First delivery nice and short and getting a vast amount of bounce there. Marvellous. As you will see when I post the highlights on Monday, it is an interesting surface. I mean, in general, the Frimley Rec here has been playing fantastically well this year, thus far, considering it is but 2 years old, relatively speaking. Oh, Rosie there. Little nudge and gets off the mark. I should have introduced. Basically, today we 11 strong team. It's slightly 11 we have today. Rosie is ticking the box of another player who now played for the first 11, second 11 and third 11 all in one season. So there he is out there. He opened the batting and he's out there with Ash Kanakamadala, our left-handed mentalist, to face his first delivery. And that picks up as well. There is definitely... Oh, and that is the most unluckiest wicket. A horrendous first baller. That is a freak lashy. So the Phoenix here, I believe. He might have said second game I've seen him anyway. And that's the first delivery that is awful. Jumped up in the air, high, blocked it out from his head, fell on the ground and just rolled onto the stumps. What a nightmare start. And Phoenix in the very first over. So yes, I should have mentioned the team. Today, Ryan is skippering, Nimesh is away. We have Ross here, Dad's here. Misses wicket now. And he probably would have hoped. We have James Abley. Groupies have arrived, the Dunfords. One in a Phoenix hat, one in a Phoenix ladies hat. Apologies to the late start for the game. Warpulston and Bertham, I believe some of them, well, at least I thought some of them had gone to the Frimley ground. Easy mistake to make. But apparently another player decided to tell me, probably shouldn't have done really, but told me that they turn up late most weeks. Priorities and all. So yes, I don't think Rosie could have told Jabley too much other than it's bouncy out there. Our ones are away at Blackheath today. Our second 11 match against Frimley Forts had to be cancelled. Frimley cannot get a side together, and that's 3 games they've had to cancel this year. Unfortunate, you never like to see a side struggling for numbers. So, Jabley's first delivery. And that's picked up as well. Signs from this very early over suggest it's going to be a very tricky wicket to bat on. So Do excuse, just needed to sort my mic out there, get it in the right place so I could free my arms. And that was a bit full, or fuller anyway, and the bounce seemed truer there. So it's short of a length and, well, it's going to miss everything and actually be quite vicious, but that's the most successful one for Worplesdon and Burpham. Getting Ash on the third delivery and Jabley 3, so after one over, it's one run for one wicket. All ties up very nice. Well, I'm on my biddy here, viewers. Do excuse the voice, will eventually warm up. Everyone is sheltered very nicely under a canopy. They didn't feel it right and proper to move around to where I was, but such is life. New bowler, Cunningham. Fantastic full head of white hair. Stance as he prepares, I say, a charge in. Good trot. High and down. It was rather full. Rosie looked to move it to the leg side, but just watch. There's no hurry. 40 overs is a lot longer than you'd expect it to be. If you're watching, do please leave me a message. The chat is on. I'd love to hear from you. Keeps me company when and things along those lines. Yes, that's what we do here at the Phoenix. All the way to the boundary, it's going to cross it. Coming off the back of a 50 last week, Rosie, partnership with Sammy Samaratunga, who's 17. Rosie, he did cross Amis was so exactly what Rosie, he got a 50, that's all that counts. Well, hello there, Adam Dukes. If you're still watching, obviously. Second delivery. Well, I said second delivery, it was actually the third. And Rosie had a big old moo at that one and completely missed it. Thankfully not on target, but a tricky bowler. It's like how I pictured Dan Hall Galley to be in about 5 years. Rosie connects this time. It's gone all the way well. He's going at his nice. It's almost a grassy plain that you would expect in the middle of the Kalahari. Solid surface. No rain here for a little while, and the grass has got an auburn texture to it almost. No sand kicking up. But still, it's the summer has finally hit. All the rains have, well, vanished for a little while. Tell you what, my celeriac that was in the garden wasn't watered for 2 days, and well, it's gone. No luck with that stuff. Aubergines are enjoying it though. Well, did not bounce at all, and umpire says they're going down leg. Good hearty cry though. You always like a good call, don't you? Hello to Hitesh Yadav, thank you very much for watching. I wish I could understand your comment and respond, but language is not my speciality, other than our own, of course. A defence from Rosie there, and that one as well picked up. So fifth and sixth deliveries, two totally contrasting ones. One didn't pick up at all, and that one, a bit of bounce to it. End of the over. And a little more of a successful one, that. 8 runs, I believe, coming off of it, as there were no extras. So Phoenix now should be 9 for 1. And let's see what excitement this bowler can conjure up this over. All of his short of the length stuff was, well, it was like body line almost. I'd blame it more on the pitch than the bowler. And Jabbly little 2 there. That's the fielder at point. It's not going to go the whole way. It lands about, or stops about 3 metres from the boundary, but they run 2. It's Jabbly off the mark. Congratulations to him. Always very satisfying and much relief when that first run comes along. And there again, very strange and peculiar bounce. As I went to peruse the wicket just before commentary started, just before the game started, there are quite a few little tufts of green there. So I imagine goes and something interesting will happen. A little more true, but it's still picking up a bit. Hello there, Yogi. Am I playing in this game? I am not. And to give you a viewer, this will be today, this season for the Phoenix. I was due to play in the 2s. As that ball goes down the leg side, not called a wide even. Jabbly was clearly able to get his bat to it, but just didn't hit it. Yes, this is my last Saturday, first to be with the 2s, was supposed to be on Frogbox, but obviously Frimley cancelled, as I mentioned earlier. I have got 2 jobs, which I will tell you about after this delivery, where nothing happens. So yes, the very first one, I am in a production of Romeo and taking place down at the Peacefield Shakespeare Festival at Wilds Farm, a Christmas tree farm town. So very much looking forward to that. It's only a week's run, but just nice to be doing it. And then after that, I'm up in town doing a play called Farm Hall, which I did towards the end of last year at the Theatre Royal Haymarket. Good Yorker, that one, and well, just short of it, Jabbly was able to play it. So we now move on to 11 for 1. Rosie on 9 and on 2. So yes, congratulations, Yogi. The pitch is looking great. It's just, yeah, well, it's playing very interestingly. But we've had that all season. It's been a combination of damp surfaces from the extended period of rain, put my teeth back in, that we had early in the season. And now suddenly everything's dried up and it's gone rock hard. But no, Yogi has been absolutely marvellous with regards to rolling Frimley Green Wreck. And it's actually been a joy to play on here this year. As I've mentioned in previous commentary, the only thing that could be done to improve this ground, really, other than continuous rolling. Again, very full delivery, and Rosie got forward to it. No appeal, so I'm assuming he hit it. Or it was outside. So yes, the only thing that could be improved immediately with the Frimley Green Wreck is for the wickets to turn 90 degrees. There may be more news on that. We're uncertain at the moment. Oh, and hits it in the air, but it falls short of the fielder. Great relief. That was a tricky one. Very full. And I think Rosie was caught in two minds whether to play forward to it or whether to swing for the hills. He chose the former, but his bat came through a little too far. Thankfully, there was no great power on it, and he's not the quickest bowler in the world. Well, shot through to mid-wicket and picked up by the fielder very nicely. No run. So yes, it's sad it's my last Saturday of the season, but obviously I'm happy for the work. Oh, and that just squeezed past the bat, but with no connection. Lovely delivery. Suddenly finding his stride is Cunningham. But I should be around for a few Sunday matches, and for those of you wondering, does that mean that the highlights footage that I put out on Monday, will that stop? There's no need for it to stop. I may have to miss 1 or 2 weeks whilst I'm in Petersfield, but certainly whilst I'm in London, no reason to miss a week at all. Sundays are free, Mondays are free, and my wife is very understanding. But yes, we have 1 or 2 Sunday friendlies, so hopefully I'll be able to get myself out for those. Time will tell. Oh, Rosie sees that and swings for the hills, but misses it. And that ball's gone through. It's gone for byes, but has it gone for all 4 of them? It has indeed. Buy 1, get 3 free. And on that note, yet another vocal stumble. I'm moving over to my bag to actually get myself a drink. I think a little lubrication might crush my nerves. Just saw Ash's dismissal, very unlucky, incredibly unlucky. I have a feeling a little close-up will be used in the footage later, in the highlights package. Poor old Ash, not his fault at all. Am I performing as Romeo and Juliet? Take a wild guess on that one. I am performing as Capulet, who is Juliet's father, for those of you who don't know the story or don't know the play at all. It is a character that I played once upon a time, way back when I was at drama school in my 20s. And the Juliet, who was my daughter, was 23. So it'll actually be a rather nice experience, cathartic enterprise, doing it whilst being the right age and having a Juliet who may be a little too old. For those of you who don't know, Juliet was actually only 14 when the story takes place. That ball comes in, better bounce that time, and Jabley just gets forward to it. So no Rob with me today, he's out with the ones. He's unable to fill me in with the latest biscuit he's brought back from some European country. Another nice delivery from Hussein. Top edge there from Jabley. I take the single, but it's a hot day, and why rush it? And another ball that picked up. Hook it down square leg, but like I said, high on him, popped up in the air. Position he gets himself in, a proper lunge. Tiny nick on it, but went towards square leg. Have 11 players on the pitch. Half an hour after the game started. Come on. And a dog as well. That'll stop it. Will it? Oh, going down the leg side. He had a swing for it, but the leg by is called. Keeper goes to field. Should have got their E on. So yes, no doubt if Rob was with me, he would have some the location of Worplesdon, how the two towns met, how the marriage was arranged, delivered, etc. As Cunningham comes in again. Rosie swung and missed that one, and it can't have missed by much. Cannot eager to pile on the runs. 17 for 1 off 5. Oh, and that one's got a bit of height off the wicket as well. Rosie content just to say watch it go by. He did a unique and interesting bat. You probably can't see it from where you are, but one day I'll actually, in fact, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take a picture of it, or try and remember to take a picture of it, and but I'll also might include it in the highlights package item. And that's gone in the air, but fell just short of. We have a long off on the boundary here. There's a couple of shots in the second over. And he's rather damaged his knee, but he'll walk it off on the boundary. So yeah, that went over the head of the fielder at long off, got it, so no boundary there, just the single taken. Now Jabley's this bowler potentially for the first time. There's a mid-on fielder who's blocking my view. Get out of the way. And play to mid-on. More an extra cover, really. Full delivery, Jabley didn't quite connect, and it's gone to mid-on, no run. Might be kicking him. Early days, not quite got the timing, and Jabley hasn't had a good innings for a little while. Well, this might be the day for one today. I love the way Cunningham's run up, rather like a flamingo in an art gallery. Another full delivery, didn't bounce. Jabley got to that one and played it straight to it. Yes, for those of you who just joining us, welcome to Frimley Phoenix Cricket. Henry Douthwaite, I am your commentator for today. This is the Frimley 11 versus Worplesdon and Burpham second 11. Score with the only wicket to fall in the first over being that of our darling Ash Kanakamadala, who had an awful. It pitched short, bounced up high on him, sort of round about. He fended it off. It looked like it hit. He lost sight of it, and it rolled onto his stumps. A bit of a freak. The bowling by Hussain. It's gone in the air. That was square leg. Jenny's standing at square leg umpire. I think one or two of them initially thought that would he. So the way it hasn't gone the whole way to the boundary. Rosie didn't quite connect. Not quite so fine leg. More on 55. He got round to field it. Rosie went to drive it, and very, very uneven bounce. Once again, it picked up, caught the top of his bat, thankfully fell in the gap. Looks like today might be more of a day of bats than straight bats. Maybe even at this end. Perfectly decent. Well, yeah, Yogi, if you're still watching, where are you? You were supposed to be... You've gone off and sunbed somewhere. Fielder, it's going over the top. We'll get 2 for that. Okay, I mentioned in the last over, that was more of a flat bat that Rosie had. He connected with it. It was high on the bat. Probably what took out of it. There's that lovely forward defence once again. Solid. Over. Do excuse lack of commentary on that last delivery. I was just checking to see how the ones are getting on, and it looks like the ones who are away at Blackheath for the 2s this year, he's taken a step up to the 1s. And I'm sure he's happy about that today, because the 5th over. So it looks like he's actually open. There's a blast from the past. I don't think he had in about 2 years. 3 years. 2 years. And he's a very diligent, hard worker, is our Cam. So university, that sort of stuff. Took him away from us for a little while, but he's come back and he's fantastically well this year. It's been really lovely to have. So, touch wide from Cunningham, but not given by the umpire. Mark Davies. He's a new player to our club. Last week, but last week got rained off, believe it or not. I mean, you wouldn't believe it to look at today. It feels like we've his owner and have been there for about 2 months. Or a touch wide and Jabley caught fishing. Right, so hopefully I will be joined by Yogi. Mark Dawson is walking around the boundary to on me. Too late.
Is this guy spinning
it? From what it's just looping deliveries that are kind of it's 10 years older than Dan. Picking him, absolutely. I think, yeah, it's that a lot of his deliveries are outside off, and they
don't seem to be missing off by much there.
Not much, but they haven't appealed for him. I can't imagine his best option is to try and catch an edge, but there's a bit of playing. Very sedate. Well, certainly from Jabley. So a comment there from Mark saying watchful It's being very watchful. Rosie's trying to taking a chance. It is plural. And that bounced. First one I've really seen pick up at this delivery of the over, so that is that wasn't a maiden. And so Cunningham, after a very expensive first, is now incredibly economical. Ticking along. Runs are very desirable here. Oh, well, that was nice and full. To it, Rosie got to it, but thankfully it dropped quite a distance, a very safe distance. In front, got it. And that, well, and that's been clubbed. It's smashed in the bushes. Here's hoping the youngster that is running over there now will go and find it. Well, yeah, that was down leg side. It was full. Properly biffed it. In the fast outfield going down there, it went off like a train. About 4 of them going down to help the young man. I think he's first over. I think he's taking his chances as well with the invariable bounce. A team member come round to me saying, "Is he turning it at all?" I say, "I have no idea."
Has he gone from the ball already?
Oh well, that's the state of the. Yes, it's a ball special to the Ianson. They're actually used in a variety of different divisions and leagues across the country. Not balls that hold their own particularly well. The shine, unless you look after it, the shine is gone after about 6 overs or so. Both Rosie and Jabley heading off for a drink. And I can hear my wife's ear this morning saying, "Take your sun cream. Sun cream." So, yep. I'm exposed here. And cries for back on it. It is a very quiet, silent Pulston and Burpham in the sort of big claps and cheering. They have had a difficult season thus far. They've played, not had that many easy matches. They've played our second 11. I've put a video out there, all blending into the viewer. And that slightly short, Rosie got an edge on it, and that's coming down out to field it, and a couple taken. The short delivery, and again that one picks up. Rosie seems to be getting used to the bounce now. Up to that, and short again. And they've dropped square leg, and he feels that, and just a single taken in the end. Put quite powerfully by see, so yes, they seem to be dropping the field a little further. Square leg, bit his stride. Again, play the risks at the moment. Bowler's last over. Ask me how I know, but the keeper say so. Bowl in. Finally got one of those looping, pitched up. Rosie tried to play straight to it. Missed it. That's Rosie gone. Mark Dawson is coming to the wicket. Well, it's a shame to play on, and actually, how difficult Cunningham is useful the bowlers, some of these medium pacers, such as Dan Hall-Galley, are to have. Dips at the last minute. No pace, tricky to have to really lamp it. How's about that? Old Rich Turnbull, umpire. Awaits the first delivery. For him, anyway. And there's a full York. Defended even. Just wanted to take a mighty old heave. Went straight through him. And I don't think he can quite believe it. He's been having a tricky season, Mark. He joined us last year off Baz and Rose. And he scored a absolute. He's really struggled to get him. It was his season. He wanted to try and get going quickly. Swung on. Skipper Ryan Balgabine. Butty. Not much we can do. We are in a bit of a dead space here at the Frimley recreational ground. I just hope there's enough footage that can be used later. If it continues, I'll have to take further action. Couple of decent deliveries. Viewer, I am going to leave you just for a minute. I'm going to try and find some shade, see if it's the encoder that's overheating. But I will leave you to enjoy the cricket as much as you possibly can.
for 5 minutes quietly, have a drink of cold water.
Well, hello there, viewers. Drinks have been taken and we're back. Do excuse the delay, the massive delay. I was doing my very best to try and see if I could prevent the jumping from occurring further. Well, we're not entirely certain what the issue was. It could have been the encoder, which is now in the shade, cooling down a bit, but more than likely, it is the fact that, as the bowler comes in, Jabley goes fishing again. He's slightly nippy, this youngster. So yes, it could have been the encoder, but more than likely, it is the fact that the Frimley green wreck is a bit of a black spot with regards to signal. We've had these issues before. the first time Rob and I decided to take up the act of commentary. Nicely blocked by Jabley, and they get a signal for that. Yes, the first time Rob and I decided to commentate together, it was here. The camera was on the other side of the ground. We were in the nice shade of that good old ash tree that's over in the corner. But the picture was all over the place. We like to think the commentary saved that, but it was so tricky to get right. It takes an extra step. Two of our players, Big Luke Hogarth and Ben Turnbull, both. Well, Ben seems to have solved it, but it's almost like you skip into the wicket. Unorthodox, but it's even done at the professional level, so if it works, it works. Ah! My dear old second 11 captain, the Yokester, is here. Ah, and he's brought me a little treat. Well, down goes the Rubicon.
Cold one.
It's a cold one. Oh, mate, thank you ever so much. As Ryan tries to pull that, but misses it, and it goes past the keeper. Probably two more lithe, erudite people could have taken a single there, but no risks being taken today at all. Other than Rosie. Rosie got around about 25, and I think the score is approximately about 41. You could tell, viewer, better than me. 43 for 3. So you're slow going, very, very slow going. It's hot, and although you've rolled it beautifully well, Yogi, the wicket is a tricky one.
I don't know how much rolling it's had this week.
Have you not rolled it at all?
I've not been out this week.
Ah.
We've got another volunteer. James Martin has volunteered to come out on Wednesday and do some.
What a legend.
So, yeah, so there's about half a dozen people involved. So, yeah, that's nice and cool.
Oh, mate, that is delightful. I won't tell you the cider it is, viewer, but it's much needed.
But there's 12 and a foot.
Goodly, much needed. So, more off break. Pitch short, there was an opportunity for Jabley there, and he missed it. What a crying shame.
Bowler's got a very similar action to Alpesh.
Has he now? I haven't seen Alpesh's action. Would you like a seat?
No, I'm going to leave the seat where it is because it's obviously keeping the...
Well, yes, but I was saying I could move over there.
Oh, thank you. I've just got here. I'm good for standing for a little bit.
Fair enough. So you've taken one of your many children to football?
Yeah, I mean football in the middle of summer.
It's horrible, isn't it? Football any time is horrible, but and bit of a flicking action. We may get one or two comments about this action in the respect to the bowler and the team, never want to criticise, but action, we've seen some interesting actions this year, haven't we? I mean, we've even got one ourselves. Jenny has had some critique over his action from, well, it was a Wednesday friendly. Somebody didn't want him to bowl because they thought he was chucking.
There was a single miss there.
A single miss, I was thinking there was a wide miss there, but...
No, it was given no ball.
No ball, was it?
Yeah,
okay.
no ball, but they could have still ran one. It went away from went down to gully, and there's no one down there.
Jabley gets forward on that, and well, there was a desperate gasp of hopeful sorrow. Hopeful sorrow? Sorrowful hope. Exasperation, that's the word I was looking for. But I didn't really see a chance there at all.
So I spoke with Mark Dawson, who said he was out for a duck.
He was out for a golden duck. Yes, it was, I'm poor Mark, he's having an absolutely wretched season. He played so well last year, and this season I think he's wanted to get a start, and he always, Firmly pushed away by Jabley. He's always wanted to get a start and then to be positive in his batting. But really, he came along to me and said, "What's this guy doing?" And sat here. I've no idea. All I can see is that he's, about 5-10 years. What Dan Hall-Galley will be in about 5-10 years. And loopy deliveries. Rosie struggling to play him. Jabley struggling to play him. Mark comes in. It says he's caught in two minds, but it looked like a bit of a long full heave to me, and he just missed it and went to hit the stumps. Slightly on the leg side, Ryan pulls that, it goes to square leg. They're caught in two minds, and it goes past the keeper. There should be a second run, but goodness knows what those two are doing.
Sorry about that, people, but
that's all right. It's I'm a bit perplexed by it all myself.
There was an easy run there.
Yeah.
A loud shout, yes, they'd have made it. And then there's an overthrows, and they're looking around thinking it's a lovely Sunday afternoon for a stroll. No, it's Saturday, you're playing cricket.
Yogi, I couldn't have put it better myself. What they were thinking, I don't know. They've missed out on a couple of easy extras in the last 2 overs. Runs are much needed at the moment. They could have got at least 3 there.
Oh, nice little hit.
And there's that's the reason why. Ryan's groin injury has returned, so he can't run. He's limping. And with Nimesh being away, he is the vice captain of the threes, so understandably he needs to play, but that's why they're not taking any risky singles. The groin is giving him an issue.
It's difficult when you want to play. You have a little bit of a niggle. You're always going to be fit to play.
You always want to play regardless. I spent half the season playing with a swollen knee. I've only just started to put deep freeze on it. Other brands of coolants I'm sure are available, but that's the one I use. A little lovely cut.
Shot. Yeah.
No point in place, so Jabley is charging for 2.
It's a long boundary down there.
It's a very long boundary, but it is moving. Finally, after a dry spell and a bit of straw replaces the grass, yes, it's moving. It's moving. Rosie hit 1 or 2 boomers. One in the second over that just came past here. Barely got anything on it, but it moved. A little nudge away. It looks like he's got a bit of... looks like he's potentially got more speed than one would initially think, this youngster.
Yeah.
I see he's picked up the Lockie Ferguson fashion sense black boots.
Yes. You mean none?
None.
Oh, Ryan was looking for a wide there.
Yes, I know. One of us were, but Dan is a fair umpire, so I trust Dan. But yeah, short pitched, wide, nothing given.
And normally Ryan would be all over it like a rash. So I heard your comments earlier about Rob and his biscuits.
Rob's biscuits, yes. Well, every single match when Rob has come out, he's. I think this was his thing for the season, that he's going to bring stuff out to try, and something not just for the commentators to share together. Although I think they did have a pork pie. Yes, they had these biscuits, European biscuits. Brought them out. Wanted everyone to have a go. And which one do you prefer? Oh, well, clearly he's managing to turn it, and he's also using this erratic bounce that's at this end. Tricky. I wonder what we should call these ends. I mean, it's difficult because there's a chance this pitch might be changing, but Rob suggested that as a nursery as that is at the far end, as you look at it, viewer, that should be the nursery end, which is all well and good, but we still need a name for this end. Now, I don't know, what should we call it, Yogs?
Well, there are no features.
There's no features at all.
Oh, we could call
The
it
no feature end.
pavilion end.
The pavilion's off to the right. I guess we could call it pavilion end. The end of nothing.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, lovely pull from Jabley there, and it's using the outfield. It's gone the whole way to the boundary. It's in the bushes.
Lovely.
And the square leg fielder has to run after it again, and like last time, he may have his battalion. No, he's found it. It wasn't that deeply buried this time. And like Cafe Corner, we have Cops Corner. Like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's all right. I had to have something, Yogi. I'm trying to sell Frimley Green Wreck.
We got. It's just that it's covered with goalposts.
It is.
Yes.
Yes. Well, they've got to go somewhere, I guess, haven't they? And we'd rather they weren't in our pavilion. Yes, he's giving it a bit of rip, this bowler. Oh, and that one slipped through the block hole, but the bounce just picked it up and flew over the stumps.
I'm trying to. He's bringing his arm over. So his arm's over.
Yes.
And then that's what he's doing. Yeah. And is it coming out the front of his hand?
No, I think it's the back of the hand. He's getting some flick. It's going to turn quite a bit. But ultimately, so long as the batters don't, so long as it's not affecting them, and he is a slow bowler as well. This is Saturday League Division 7 of the Ianson. Who's going to care? I mean, you still don't give no balls, do you?
I give no balls.
Oh, you do. You watch the feet now, the bowler's feet.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
You never used to.
No, I was never quick enough. But I umpire a lot for the under-15s, so that's always just good practice.
Good practice, because yeah, kids and youngsters, they no ball all the time.
Yeah.
Remember, I think I only gave it up as a bad habit when I was about 22.
Umpiring.
That's just a bad habit, full stop, for everyone. Oh, lovely drive from Ryan.
Yeah.
And that's gone past mid-off. It's through the covers, and it's gone the whole way.
Need one of those clap machines to make it sound like there's more of us clapping.
Either that, or I could have some sort of echo chamber around me so that I get that. So I get a bit of a boom. Well, as you will know, viewer, if you're watching the live stream, we have passed 50. Took us a bit of a while to get there, but we got there. And Ryan, if slightly injured, playing very nicely. Someone else who hasn't had or who's struggled with batting this year, he hasn't particularly got one of his notable scores. Has Ryan got a 50 for the club yet? I can't remember. I know he's got he's had a couple of scores in the 40s. But I don't know if he has a 50.
I'd like to think he has.
Yes, I'd like to think he has. He's a better bat than some people who have.
Yes.
Me included. That was short and Ryan's pulled it, but didn't quite get a hold of it. The bounce deceived him. It's not going to go the whole way to the boundary. Two fielders are after it. Square leg eventually picks it up, and they run two.
Yeah, a bit of a top edge there.
The bounce hasn't been as tricky at this end, as in with the bowler at this end, so the nursery end. It hasn't been as variable. But there's still the odd ball.
That's a nice shot.
It's a very nice shot. It was a nice delivery, actually, short of a length. Looked like it was just outside of off. Well played. Proper cricket. And a full banger that one, but just fended off, Ryan taking no chances. So, I haven't actually seen you since your side, led by your very good self, triumphed in crossing that fabled figure of 300 runs.
Yeah, we reached 300. No, it was great. It was got off to a bit of a slow start. Jinto was out for 9, so it's not easy. That's not necessarily easy bowling. They came out opening up with a slow attack. The spinners were on, and then Sammy went in number 3 and just played his cricket, played his shots.
He just gets better and better, doesn't
yeah.
he? Oh, and that one found the gap, missed the bat, missed the keeper. And they now have, well, it looks like 3 people behind, fielding behind the keeper. There's a backstop, almost.
Ryan's top score was 63. That was back in 2020.
63, 2020. That's a good score.
And,
So that's our very first season Ryan got that.
yeah.
He's due a good score. Yeah, so it's a very curious field. I'd say there's a slip in place, but he's not a slip. He's not standing at slip because he's actually stood behind the keeper. You'll be able to see this, viewer. And then there's a backstop who's even further back, directly behind the keeper. And then there's a close fine leg as well on the 45.
Leg slip, maybe.
Yes, I guess a leg slip. That would be the correct terminology.
Yeah, then short square.
And that's battered. Well, it's gone to mid wicket, and there's no run.
So obviously they know.
They know his bowling.
Yeah, they know the bowler can turn it. They know the batsmen have problems with it.
They know the keeper's having problems with it. So.
Yeah.
Well, Ash made some signal, but yes, I guess it's too high.
And just
He's not walking anyway.
And just to assist the umpire, the batsman is tapping the top of his thigh.
Always handy.
Like all batsmen do.
Yes. I've stopped doing that, I have to say, because I actually, I have a guilt complex, Yogi. So, I had a game for the stage last year against Sonning. Absolutely fantastic game. I'd love to play it again, but I'm working this year, so I can't play in that fixture. But yeah, I went out to bat. I think it was my second delivery. He was a young leg spinner, really quick. Didn't turn the ball much, but it was tricky because it was quick. And he gave me a absolutely lovely delivery. Short enough or full enough that I thought I might be able to sweep it. I tried to sweep it, and there was definitely a connection with my leg. There was also a connection with my bat. The umpire gave me out. My mouth was aghast, and I lifted my bat, and then their opposition captain was good enough to let me stay in. However, about an over or 2 later, after thinking about it, I thought, actually, the umpire was most probably right. I think it did hit my leg before it hit my bat. And but yeah, thankfully, because I have this guilt complex, I didn't put on that many runs. I think I only got about 6 before an absolutely rocket of an arm took out my leg stump as I advanced down the wicket. New bowler. Now hanging about. Ryan makes use of the short delivery and tries to pull it, but it goes straight to mid-off. Mid-on even, sorry. that's wide and given by the umpire, the notorious DHG. Oh wow, and that kept very slow and a half-hearted appeal by the bowler, and Dan indicated it went down the leg side. But yeah, it did not pick up at all. It looked like it was going quickly, and then after the bounce just slowed down totally. And that one Fuller missed the Yorker by a couple of yards, and well played by Ryan. I think right now he's very clearly taking no chances. We are 61 for 3 of 21. So it's not going to be a high scoring game, not for us anyway, but at some stage they're going to have to start thinking about, as that one had a very strange bounce, and thankfully there wasn't enough of a connection for Ryan to send it to a fielder. But yeah, at some point they are going to have to think about kicking on. We do have some batters still in the locker. We have Ross Spreadborough. And I don't know what Mark Davies can do, because obviously he's barely played a game for us yet. As that one goes down the leg side, I'm not sure it clipped Ryan's leg or not. Ben Turnbull is padded up, so that's 50 runs off 10 deliveries.
10 runs off 50 deliveries.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah, no, Ross is able to hit the ball. It's whether he gets in and does it. Mark Davies is new. We don't know what he's like.
We don't know what he's like. He could be a boomer.
Yeah, handy little spin bowler, but he never got the chance to bat. And again, I think it is. We lost a few wickets early on, so let's just try and build up the total. And then you'd like to think that, maybe after 25, 26 overs, they'll start putting their hammer down. Mm-hmm. But again, it's important to bat the 40 overs. So we can bat the 40 overs, get to 150 maybe. And
I think that's the thought of these two. Well, I mean, I'm hoping it's the thought certainly of Ryan Jabley. Has just be interesting to see his strike rate, because I may try and look it up on Play Cricket, because it ain't going to be good.
No, but also they may want to see off this spin bowler, because I think any new bowler coming in against him is going to have real problems.
Oh, and that was short pitched and watched by Jabley, well dealt with. It's not going to go to the boundary. Square leg has run around and had a bit of a juggle with his feet before picking it up and thrown it back in. Just the single taken. I've had a lovely message from... as another wicket falls. Well, Ryan was caught there. Finally, the bowler got it at the right length. Perfect length, in fact. Ryan went back to it, hit him on the pad, and Ash has given it. Yeah. So shame, Ryan was just starting to make a few runs here, there and everywhere, but as aforementioned, here comes Ross Spreadborough. Getting a little bit of advice from the skipper before coming in. Yes, I've just had a lovely message, Yogi, from an England cricketer.
Oh, who's this?
This is former blind, do excuse me, Hass. So former England cricketer for the England blind team, Hassan Khan, who I interviewed in our very first year. He's a very dear friend of mine. There was a chance at one point that we were going to start a podcast together, but I believe Hass has just got married. If you have got married, Hass, congratulations. We've had a lot of good news at the Phoenix recently, what with Charles having his baby. I think he's first. Is it? It is a boy, isn't it?
It is
That
a
he
boy,
said
yeah.
yes, a boy.
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel George. So he's captain of our under ones. And yes, Haas, if indeed you are married currently, or just got married, congratulations.
So who's this?
I cannot think of a bloke who deserves it more than you.
Is this Ross?
This is Ross, yes. So we have a left-hander. Ross being a left-hander, so witchcraft.
Yes, so Jabley, yeah, he's tottering along at a nice steady run rate of 26.
26, marvellous. That's what everyone loves to count themselves. Like he's in line for an Ashy, or the Ashy, shall I say? As Ross, off his feet, whips it away, and that's gone all the way over the boundary. What a delightful shot! Probably it's only his second delivery and shot of the day. Gorgeous. That was like Viv Richards at his finest. Completely whipped off his legs, through the gap, didn't even need to pass over the top of a fielder. It's gone all the way back to, I mean, whatever that is. I've no idea what that building is back there. It looks like a garage, but it's clearly not.
It's the toilet block.
It's the toilet block. But why do they need double garage doors for a toilet block?
I think one's ladies, one's gents, and security.
Is it for very large people?
I can fit in there nicely. I like that. Well done.
Very nicely played by Ross. Always good to follow up. Now he got a decent score the other day, didn't he? Actually no, it was almost a match-saving innings, wasn't it? He played Anil, but then Anil got out. It was against Elstead, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, him and from what I could see and from the reports I heard, he and Anil were going along very steadily. Needed a certain number of runs per over to get to the necessary figure, the figure that Elstead had set us, 190 odd.
190, yeah. So we were there or thereabout. Anil come in and started knocking the ball about. It was looking great. They were worried we'd reduced the run rate to something manageable. Unfortunately, Anil took on a shot too many and got caught on the boundary. That's just the way it goes. Another day would have been dropped. Another day he'd have blocked it. No, that's a nil, isn't it? Nil doesn't block shots. Oh, that was wide.
Oh. Yes, I'll need you to commentate. I'm just had a follow-up message from Haas. He's actually listening with his wife. So, yes, congratulations to the pair of you. Another delivery comes in. Interesting run up this bowler has, and that was short. Pulled around by Jabley. I think he's clearly got jealous of everyone else hitting fours other than him. But he seems to have forgotten that Ryan is no longer batting at the other end, and he stopped for the one, whereas Ross wanted to come back for the second. So yes, it made it past. Mid-wicket.
That's a nice breeze.
It is a nice breeze, but it might not be great for the camera. But at least I'm sitting next to it. If you are starting to suffer from roller coaster-like symptoms, viewer, we do have a rather gentle breeze that has just passed through as Ross tries to whip that off his legs once again, but misses it this time.
Nice and
So yes, Haas has said that he hopes we're all doing really well down here, and he hopes to come and visit us sometime. Haas, you are always welcome. I will pass this on and try and let's see if we can hook up sometime. If not, well, I'll see if I can get you along to the Oval. And that went way down the leg side, and Dan has indicated a wide, and that has also utilised the very dry outfield and gone all the way to the boundary for 4 wides. You know, my son told me a rather good joke yesterday, Yogi. I said, so we were talking about scoring and about how Serin came up, young Serin came up and scored for the threes, and there's a chance that she may be utilised to go and score for the ones or something like that for a bit of pocket money. Wilfred was also interested, my son. He said, oh yes, I'd like to do that. And I said, right, do you know all the signals and what they all mean? And so I stuck my hand up in the air in the signal for a bye and said, what does this mean? And as the bowler comes in once more. Oh, full bunger this time. Ross hooks that.
Oh, well.
And well fielded. It looked like he'd missed it for a second, but no, the fielder at square leg, I think he stopped it with his knee because he's hobbling around a bit, kind of a little uncomfortable. Almost like he's caught short and needs another drinks break, but no, he's fine. So, yes, I indicated byes, and then I said, but there's a chance that people can run a second, so you get 2 byes. Oh, wow. Odd bounce again, that one kept low.
Come on, looking.
And that's gone past the fielder, a misfield, never run on a misfield, but it's gone far enough away that they do. This is a village after all. So 2 byes taken. So yes, and he said, oh, that's something that you can use on commentary, isn't it, Daddy, with 2 byes? You know, for 3 byes. Oh, hang on. So that's right. I said, so you can run a bye, or you could come back for a second. And he said, oh, what? So buy 1, get 1 free, and it's the way you tell him. It's the way you tell him.
It's all.
And I don't tell him particularly well. He tells them much better than I do.
Yes, it's all in the delivery.
Yeah. Oh, and that's gone through the block hole. Ross goes for another swing, and that has that's a beautiful Yorker that has taken the bail off stump. That's a gorgeous delivery. He did well to come around the wicket, did that bowler, and that has well, that's got us thinking a bit as Ben Turnbull walks out to the wicket. Well, this is a time for him to take his time if he wants to. Oh dear.
Well,
Is that 77?
I heard you get that joke in the commentary earlier today.
And it wasn't funny then?
You said buy 1, get 2 free because they run 3 byes. Yeah. I wondered where it came from.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Now you know.
Yeah, I think Ross was a bit impatient there.
Well, I think Ross just went out there with the intention of trying to get the run rate going, didn't he? So.
Yeah, but he could have stayed in. He's only just got out there. He could have blocked that one out, looking for deliveries that are not on the wicket. You're always going to get 1 or 2 that are on the wicket. You can always defend them. But again, with this bowler, you know, there's plenty that are coming in short, offline.
Wait for the bad ball.
Wait for the bad ball, yeah, and then punish it. Bit of a shame.
A great shame.
But Jabley's capable. Jabley got 75 last season.
Well, he did, but with a strike rate of 22, it's going to take him a long time to get there.
But if Jabley's staying there because everyone else around him is falling, then at some point
you need somebody to stay at one end. So we are now on 76.
Oh, and he's gone.
Have you just cursed him?
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, the commentator's curse. I do not believe it.
I think that stayed low.
And Jabley on 17. Yeah. He's bowled. And are the Phoenix at risk of a collapse? So starting up top, Rosie got a fine 25 off 33. I say a fine, it was risky. Ash had a first baller from hell. It was rotten. Then Jabley's just scored a very patient, solid 17, which went on and on and on and on forever. Yeah. Mark Dawson got a first baller. Ryan hung around for quite a while, I think for a decent score.
Yeah.
Ross has gone in, tried to hit a few and missed a good ball. And so now, striding out to the wicket, we have an enigma. We do not know what's going to happen, viewer.
Dun, dun,
It's
dun.
dun dun dun! It is Mark Davies, a new player for us. He has been on the team sheets before, but the games have not gone ahead. So this is his first bat for the Phoenix. And with all this invariable bounce, he's going out without a hat. Or a helmet even. Doesn't need one.
And the batsmen are just shaking hands in the middle there saying, hi, my name's Ben, my name's Mark.
Yes. I haven't faced a ball yet. Neither have I. Just having a look at who we've got. We've got Dan, who if he plays sensibly can get some runs. We've got Jenny, who's the same. And Baz, who's the same. If they play sensibly, they can all get some runs. That ball goes, looks like it ripped a country mile and went down the leg side. So yes, dire straits for the threes at the moment. And I did say earlier on it's likely to be a low-scoring game regardless because of the tricky wicket, but certainly the last few have not been helping themselves as that was going down the leg side again, and Mark turns to try and thump it with gusto and vigour down the leg side, but doesn't connect. I was hoping for a run fest today, mate, so that I could get some comments out, but don't know if it's going to happen. Because that one, that jags back in and really, Mark did well to fend that off. Tied him up in knots. Oh, well, that one too, he's tried to swing for the hills on that, and with every delivery here, the Warbleston and Burpham fielders get closer and closer. They have one fielder at deep square leg, one at mid-wicket, who's getting deeper. Everyone else is really close. And Mark just hits it to mid-wicket, doesn't take the run. Yes, a tricky time. Why did you have to say Japley was going along nicely?
Well, one does these things, doesn't one? You don't want to jinx
It's ridiculous.
them.
No,
You want to try and be
it's
positive. You want to build the team up.
Commentator's curse is a completely fictional, fictional occurrence. It's just so happens that you say somebody's. It's just chance.
Oh, absolutely. If it wasn't, I'm sure commentators would be hunted down.
Or commentators just wouldn't do it. They'd become umpires. I think every single commentator around the country has commentated so they can get out of umpiring, as that ball is short, wide, and Ben wafted at it, but yeah, leave it. Don't need to play it.
I'm going to go and get myself.
You do that.
If there's any left. I need drops. I know Rosie tucked into one earlier. I'll be back in a little bit.
Will do. Another one wide of the wickets, that one kept low. Ben had another little swish. But all for naught. That one was high and looping, and Bennett actually played a very orthodox shot to that one. But ultimately it was bit of an anticlimax. Wide again, but not given my rhyme. If anyone's watching, do feel free to leave a comment on the live chat as that one goes high in the air, but thankfully found the gap. Drops just in front of point. So the bowler Krishnan really getting things to work in his favour here as that one goes down the leg side. Ben leaves it, the wicketkeeper misses it, and I think there was a sleepy fine leg fielder down there, but thankfully he got in with enough time to prevent them running a second. It was my birthday a couple of days ago, viewer, and my wife made me a gorgeous vegan cheesecake. Oh, that's gone high in the air, and Krishna's underneath it, and well, the unfortunate Mark Davies, his first innings for the Phoenix, all comes to naught, literally. Out for a duck. I believe that's the third duck of the day. Not handy and or useful. Crikey O'Reilly. Next in, well, nobody's making a move. I did mention there were 3 batters still to come, but none of them seem keen. And it looks like it's going to be the indefatigable Baz. Barry Hills. Well, he's all lathered up in sun cream and he'll need it today. Uses about 3 bottles just to get it all over him. But actually, he'll be a very good person for Ben Turnbull. Just, they've played together quite a bit. Ben as a youngster coming up through the ranks, and so Baz will be able to chat to him a bit if he sticks around. And also, Baz has now got the time to do a bit of thumping. Having a wee old natter with Rosie. That was the last delivery of the over. Zara coming in again. He's been bowling incredibly well. Not going for many runs at all. Everyone's bowling figures are going to look sensational today. As Ben has a swish at that, misses it, and that goes through to the keeper. Now Ben has, when he plays a proper shot, Ben has got a fantastically classical action. Just like that. I mean, he missed it, but his stances, the shot he played, looked lovely. It gets to him facing a certain number of balls, and that seems to fall away. And there's that odd bounce, that high bounce that it's difficult to play unless you spot it. And you'll only spot it if you're a professional. Not our level. Well, he left that, and the Zara has been getting a lot of turn. So taking a few risks here. I think definitely the goal will be to see out the overs. We've still got 3 wickets in hand because there's Dan and Jenny to come in. Oh, and that's gone high in the air and is taken. Unlucky, another duck. Ben wasn't able to pick up any runs there. I wouldn't say he played the wrong shot, but this bounce has just been catching everyone out. I think better batters among us would get themselves to the pitch of the ball and try and thump it every which way, but I think we're trying to play these deliveries with great orthodoxy, and it's not a day for that. It's a day for sweeping and coming down the wicket, but don't tell that to Dan Hall-Galley because he'll try and do it on the first delivery and he'll miss it. So Jenny Matthews, in he comes. And that was, again, the last delivery of the over, so a wicket maiden for Zabrar. And now Krishnan from the other end. As Baz gets a fine feather on that, and as is typical Baz, he gets off the mark. It was a touch and go as to whether that fielder would get it, but he had some nifty footwork and clearly brought it back into field. So I think at the moment, Ryan as skipper will be happy if we make 100. It's been very slow going, very tough. And wickets have been falling, apart from the partnership that Ryan had with Jabley, that seemed to go on for a number of overs. As Jenny steps away, gives himself some room and tries and has a go at that one. I know what Baz is going to say. He's going to say, don't do that, we've got time. And he has another swish. It's just doing too much. It's doing too much today. If we hear about the complaints of the pitch that was flown into New York for the recent World Cup being very tricky to score on, well, they should come and play here at the Frimley Rec. Ah, that's pulled by Jenny, and that's a marvellous shot. It's gone all the way, it's gone to the boundary. Oh, what a breath of fresh air. I feel like I've just been injected by something hallucinogenic, viewer. What a startling pull shot that was. Refreshing to see. There are still runs to be had out there. Jenny goes for another swish and catches an edge, goes past the keeper, but there's someone safe down there at third man. I think Krishna is he's a bit exasperated by that. We've got a decent array of Phoenix bowlers today, all that can actually put it on the stumps. They'll probably be salivating over the opportunity of bowling on this, as Baz tries to whip it away. However close he put his legs together, it's always going to hit them. So yes, I imagine that Ryan will be hoping for 100 plus. It'll certainly give us something. But yes, I would like to see anyone bat on this. I think the Frimley Green Rec has in general Hello, Chris O'Brien. We're missing you this weekend, matey. Your fantastic batting is, especially at the Frimley Green Rec, is which you've mastered this season, is much missed today. Lee Mungo. Have a great voice for commentary, Mr. Douthwaite. Love the Phoenix and your channel. Why, thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to hear. And it gives us such a boost. It means we want to keep on doing this. We like to think we're doing something better. We like to think we're finding the glory of the village cricket. Embracing it as the game that literally anyone can play. The only game where you will get youngsters of 10 to 15 playing with old age pensioners like Yogi.
Hello everybody, I've just
He's
come
back.
I don't know why.
As the opening bowler Hussein comes back, and Jenny, what a shot. He's hit that over the covers, and that's gone the whole way once again. I'd say classic. He's showing everyone how it's done now. Play your shots. No point in hanging around.
No, it's a good shot. The ball was short of a length.
This is without question the trickiest wicket I've seen this year at Frimley Green Rec, and it may just be the dry weather. As that one picks up. Hussein has got... and there are a few lovely tufts of green on it, Yogi. Now, am I right? You just roll it. You roll it, you don't cut it or anything along those lines?
No, I've not rolled it. Yeah,
You've not been given the keys to the van yet?
So the groundsman prepares the pitch on a Wednesday normally. He cuts it and marks it out.
Oh, that was going down the leg side, and Jenny again tried to whip it. Bit of dust, sandstorm brewing. Sorry.
Yes, so the groundsman preps it on a Wednesday morning, and then it's just a case of, is anyone available to roll it?
Right.
They may well roll it, but obviously if our volunteers can come down here and spend a couple of hours on it, it really does make a difference.
The flatter it's going to get. Oh, and that was short, high in the air. Jenny stepped aside, gave himself room once again, clobbered it, and now they've sent someone... They've sent cover all the way back to the boundary. It's an interesting tactic. It's they're quite reactionary, the W&Bs, WB2s. As soon as somebody plays one shot, they seem to cover it. He's come back in now. Oh, it's because Baz is facing. Oh, and that's gone in the air, but a no ball called. You wouldn't have given that, would you, Yogi?
No, I wouldn't.
Rosie's on it.
Now Rosie stands quite close to the wicket. I always stand a good couple of yards behind the wicket.
I stand a good couple of yards, but I do check the back foot and front foot.
Back foot?
Yeah, back foot, no balls. Oh, that's gone high and handsome. Fielder's underneath it, but he's not going to make it. That's gone over and crossed the boundary. Ah, he had his old blunderbuss behind that one.
Well, that's it. I mean,
Proper biff.
They brought the field in for Baz, but if Baz gets hold of it, he's got a lot of weight to put behind it, and he can hit the ball hard.
Has he?
Yeah. He's quite poetic when he's moving his weight in behind the shot.
It's quite poetic.
Just his poetic.
I think he'll put that on his tombstone. Oh, and he tries the same again, but catches a bottom edge, and that
Well,
goes...
there's two there!
Not for Baz, there isn't two, mate. The keeper had to chase it, and I don't think Jenny or Baz saw what was going on there. I don't think they're interested in taking any risks, frankly. But yeah, I think Baz might emboss that on his tombstone. Poetic when he gets himself behind a shot.
Poetry in motion.
Well, it's like the moon rotating, isn't it? His bat rotating around himself. Finding a comet and sending it into the back of beyond.
And generally with Baz, you only ever see one side of him.
The darker side of Baz.
You don't want to see the dark,
There's Rob's Phoenix, the title of Rob's Phoenix album, The Dark Side of Baz.
Who released that album?
Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. As they're readjusting the field, I am readjusting my bag as my phone is on low battery. Krishnan in again. Jenny again gives himself room. Lovely touch. Gorgeous. No point fielder in, and he's glanced that down. It has held its, yeah, they've run two. It's held up just before the boundary. It's the long boundary, that end. And yes, held up, and so didn't quite have the legs to make it, that one. Jenny's playing. I'm not going to do it. No, I'm not going to do a yogi. Jenny's playing fine.
He's doing okay.
Nothing needs to be said about it. Oh, one time he didn't give himself room, but that has gone down the leg side, and that has gone all the way to the boundary. 4 byes.
Yeah. I spoke with Jenny before he came in. I said, I heard you're a demon with the bat, and he said, no. He said,
so that was the advice you gave him.
No, I said nothing. I said, well.
And that, viewer, is the Phoenix 100. A few overs ago, it didn't look like we were going to make it, but this is probably, it's the highest scoring partnership at the moment, Jenny and Baz. If not, it must be close. Oh, and that again has, that was a quicker delivery. He came very much, he's swinging it in and it was going down the leg. Jenny moved across, tied himself up in knots again. He either wants to give himself room or move away from the ball.
That stayed low, that stayed very low. That was the bounce that beat the batsman there. No, so this is, so no...
oh, I'll tell you what, there's a silly mid-off that... wide ball going down the leg side. Jenny had a waft but missed it. It's Tom Cunningham is standing in at silly mid-off, and I mean, firstly his socks are quite immaculate, but at the same point, look at that, he's waiting for the beach ball, and that was a full-on Yorker. Bounced and went high. I think Jenny got a hold of it, but let's see what Ryan's signal is. It hasn't gone for a boundary. Fine leg got it. Yes, he hit it. Got something on it.
Yeah, it seemed like sort of like a...
I was too busy watching silly mid-off.
It was a very upright sweep.
Sort of a grandfather waiting for his grandchild to run into his arms. Go. Jenny moves across, goes down the leg side. Ryan checking. There's one more to come.
No, we put on 34 for the 4th wicket.
34 for the 4th wicket, okay.
Yeah, and then these two come together on 78. So
they're getting close.
22.
Well, that kept very, very low. They're appealing for a nick on it, but Ryan says no. I have to say I didn't hear anything. Still gesticulating, but I don't think at this stage it's going to get any better. The umpire isn't even looking at him. So
I think the bat was anywhere near there.
It looked like it kept very, very low.
It's drinks.
It's drinks, well, it did 2 sessions of drinks. Drinky poos. So at this stage I might see if I can dig on out some messages. Anyone want messages at this time? I'll do my best to answer any Phoenix queries, or, well, I won't answer everything. Keep it decent, will you? You filthy bunch. And I might even do my best. Oh, Claire Peacock, big nice to my bears, I can hear you. I think you meant, that's yeah, fingers in the wrong place. I think that's supposed to be nice to my bears, I can hear you, but big, well, Claire, we love bears. And I'm told that you are the wonderful family that every Monday evening sit around the sofa and watch the highlights package as they come out, which just warms the cockles of my heart and makes it even worth it. So crucial runs from the tail enders here. Indeed, got to be looking at 120. 120, I think, a few overs ago would have been an absolute dream for Ryan, the captain, and for the Phoenix Threes together. Certainly on this wicket, it's well, it's a defendable total. The question is, can we defend it? But we have the bowlers to do it. We have Dan Hall-Galley, we have Ross Spreadborough. Baz is here, he's taking wickets for a laugh. And Jenny is on the money, I've known. Have the bowlers to take these wickets. The question is, can we? Can we? But thank you all for writing in. It's lovely to see our chat so active. It's never been so full. And thank you those people who aren't members of the Phoenix who are writing in. Lee Mungo, Spoobit, Hitesh Yadav. Yeah, wonderful to hear from you all. Keep them coming. So yes, it's going to be a couple of drinks breaks today because it is rather sweltering. I've finished my cider. That I take it there wasn't any more because Yogi didn't bring any more, but I've still got my Rubicon, and I've got a little flask of water, which is probably the best thing for me. But well, this is village cricket. Do any of us have the stuff that's best for us? I don't know. Probably the Warrens do, but they're like 20. I'm 44. I'm allowed to let myself go a bit. I shall do my best to look up the one score for you, and well, let's see what we shall see. Blackheath, right? Oh, well, I say so. Blackheath, for those of you who are unaware, were the other club that got promoted last year from Division 6. This is a bit of an old rivalry. We've played them before, and by the looks of things, Blackheath are 53 for 27 overs. It's an absolutely fantastic situation for Ireland. Doyle won the toss. It's been a rarity this year. So yes, he won the toss and he's put them into bat. And we're bowling stupendously. That means they'll be able to come back for a swifty afterwards. Hello, Jabs.
Hello, fella. How are you?
I'm joined by James Abley, everyone. Jibber Jabber, your strike rate is something to behold, matey.
Oh, mate,
How was it out there?
Today.
It looks awful to as a batter out there.
It's interesting. Like,
interesting.
Every ball is going to be different. Like coming up, staying low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I filmed it, which I'll put on the highlights package, viewer, just before. There are tufts of green everywhere, literally everywhere. So it's a bowler's dream. Well, I say a bowler's dream. Occasionally you want the ball just to have a true bounce, one that's straight, just to go on and hit the top of off or middle or leg, or any of them, it would be fine at our level. But when you get a wicket such as this, if it stays low, marvellous, that helps you even more. But if it picks up, it's yes, a nightmare on Elm Street.
I think it'd be good for us to bowl on. If you bowl straight.
Well, I was saying we've got some fantastic bowlers today, and here's another one, Ryan.
Yeah.
How are you, buddy?
Not too
How
bad.
was
We've done
good
really-
good
we've done-
innings? How's your groin? It started to show when suddenly there was an opportunity to run three.
Yeah, and it did pull a bit, but I think today it's just bowling that line. The length, the pitch will do the work for you, because it's popping,
think Ross is going to be really good. Basil, I think Basil will turn it.
Well, Baz has been taking. Oh, and that one nudged by Baz, and that's been missed by silly mid wicket. They've dispensed with the silly mid off, and he's gone on to the other side.
Yeah, so I think
but you must be a lot more relieved now that the tail has wagged a little and we've got over the three figures.
Yeah, big wicket was Ash. I think Ash is always good to see the shine off the new ball.
Yeah.
And
that was the
it was so unlucky.
a freak wicket.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jenny moves again. Good. That came through at a rate of knots. That delivery, it's a quicker delivery.
The wicket's a very difficult wicket to bat on.
And it seems like it's popping more from this end than it is from the far end as well.
Absolutely, but it's also turning at this end. The guy that got on at this end, he's swinging it a bit, but that's the only swing I've seen so far. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to bat on. We've got a good bowling team.
Yes. Yes, I was saying to the viewers, we have a very accurate bowling side today.
Yes.
So Dan, who is very line of length, Jenny, very line of length. Ross is probably our wild card, but he seems to wild child, but he breaks through. He breaks through with anything.
He's hit his line and length now. He's rapid. He's going to be
got a few games under his belt.
Yeah, he's going to be a handful on this pitch.
Oh, that's short, and Jenny's pulled that. There's two fielders out there, so I don't think it'll go for a boundary. No, indeed. Square leg picks it up, throws it in.
Jenny's got very good eyes. He's got very, very good eyes.
He's got very good eyes.
You know, he picks the ball up quite quick and gets into position quick. Yeah, Jabs was unlucky today.
Yeah, what happened with was it just one you missed?
So it was against the off spinner, and it was his arm ball or whatever. It just went straight on, and I was expecting it to turn as far as it had been turning previously. So he bowled it well, but it also kept low and did me. You know, that's this pitch.
That is this pitch. Well, you stuck around really, really nicely. I think it needed someone to hold one end whilst we were getting used to the fact that this pitch was not going to change.
It was difficult. I mean, Jabs and himself stayed in there quite a long time, but when we wanted to tee off, we just couldn't because the bowling was quite accurate, and the pitch is telling the same story throughout the whole innings.
You're not sure whether you can hit through it or it's going to pop up on you, and then you're just going to sky it.
Yeah. You're never really in.
And the wicket's standing so close that you just don't want to charge down the wicket at anyone, really, do you?
No.
I mean, he's missed his fair share, but you just don't want to take that risk because that's going to be the one that he'll miss.
I must admit, the off spinner was tweaking it loads. He was probably the wrong line on most of the deliveries, but he was tweaking it loads. Ash did apologise for it.
Did he?
Yeah. He was such a fine nick, fair play, but it was quite wide. That's what I was thinking. I thought
the height was bad as well.
Oh, is that the LBW hit it, did you? Oh, and that's in the air, and Jenny's tussle, the threat of Jenny comes to an unfortunate end. Looked like he toe-ended that, it didn't go very far at all. And again, another caught and bowled for Krishnan. So, well, that's a fantastic little cameo from Jenny, just what we needed. And now comes the beast of many faces. It is Dan Hall-Galley. Is he going to come out and charge down the wicket first delivery, or will he play very nicely, work with Baz, and see us up to 120?
He'll probably charge down the wicket and block it. No, Dan can bat. In fact, Baz can hit it. They're both. They're not afraid to swing the old bat. So, yeah.
Yeah, just
see. I don't know how many overs have gone. It must be about
30. Is it 31? I can even.
We had drinks at 30.
I can look it up. Oh, so this is probably the 32nd, isn't it?
Yeah, from this end.
Well, with one wicket remaining, stranger things have happened, but it looks unlikely that we'll get the full 40 with this with the wicket as it is. But you never know. Everyone has a good innings at some point during the year.
Oh,
Black Heath,
I'll have
60
to
all
believe
out.
that's going to happen for me, Henners, this year.
You haven't played a vast amount, in fairness to you. You've still got plenty of time. My season's pretty much done now, so, and that's gone down the leg side. It's going down for a bye. I won't get any more than that. So that was 60 all out, Blackheath.
It was, yeah.
Wow, so they got those final 3 wickets fairly cheaply for the cost of only 3 runs. I take it Alan won the toss?
I'm not sure.
I would imagine he's usually taken the stance this year that if he wins the toss, he sticks the opposition in.
Yeah.
He's largely done that.
To be honest, with the bowling and the batting of the ones, you can do anything you want, really.
Yeah.
It's such a strong side.
And that kept low.
Cammy got a couple of wickets in the or 3?
3 off 7, I think.
Brilliant.
Oh no, or it may even have been 3 in the 5th over. Someone put it on the chat.
Fantastic.
So it's nice to see him getting wickets wherever he is. 60 all out. Oh, I thought Baz was turning for the ramp shot there, but no such luck. The planet's line hell hath frozen over. Baz plays the ramp shot.
Because he gets a lot of bounces.
He does. He does. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he's not one for sweeping, is he? Oh, and clean bowled. Deceived by the bounce once again. That was actually fairly standard, and Baz went for the old heave-ho, and that's gone. And we find ourselves, viewers, 105 all out, and it's something. It's better than the 70 odd that it was looking like, and I think from what Ryan was just saying there, he's going to be fairly happy and contented with that. That's something to use. It's not often that we would say that's we're fearful. We're fearful of that. It's that is a score that on this wicket, and especially after we've seen from the T20s that have happened in New York recently in the professional game, 105 on a wicket like this is fine. It's nothing to panic about. We just need to bowl straight. We need to bowl good lines, good lengths, and hope the wicket does enough to confuse the Worplesdon and Bertham batters. We will have to see. We will have to see. I'm sure the bounce will be variable, and hopefully they will find it as tricky to play on as we indeed do. I'm going to take a bit of a wander, I think. I'm going to wander as far out as I possibly can. I may keep my phone on me just to see as to whether it starts, the audio starts cracking up or not. When I've tested it before, I'm able to go to the end of the pitch all the way over the other side. But when I actually played with it, well, got to the stumps, and with all the running around, the crackling was quite unbearable. Let's see what we shall see. Yeah, so you can see me now. Well, you could see me even. Yeah, so you can see me now. Oh. Well, you could see me even. Sounds like the mic is holding up okay. You could see me even. Sounds like the mic is holding. So I'm looking at the wicket now, and those tufts of green are still there. They're sandy in colour. They're kind of, it's almost like the pitch has been dug up around about the crease, and all the dust that has been pulled up by various players' spikes all over the place has fallen over the green patches. And now, having a closer look at it, it's not just the green patches that I can see. There are 1 or 2 divots here, there and everywhere as well that will be absolutely plaguing any batter that comes onto this. Like I said, Frimley Green Rec has been playing surprisingly brilliantly thus far this year. This is the first wicket I've come across. Certainly this end, you can see it as dramatically worse this the end closest to Frog Box than the nursery end. It's the first wicket that has been dramatically unplayable. I say unplayable, tricky to score off. All the wickets on it that we shall see in the highlights and any playback that you want to do, you'll find out just how village it looks. And well, that's what we are with village. We're not used to the invariable bounce. It's chaotic, it's unfortunate, and it looks amateur. I mean, we are amateur after all, but yeah, it looks worse than it actually is. And so I'm going to pop along, see if I can speak to the Dunfords before they clear off, and see if I can keep it decent. If any of them are swearing, I'll put it on mute, and but you will, if I do, you'll hear from me again after tea. Hello, Charlotte Dunford, captain of the ladies.
Technically, I'm not the captain.
Technically, you're not the captain, but you
First
do
captain.
most all the organising. You are playing here tomorrow, aren't you?
Yes.
Who are you playing against? And
Hook.
Lip Hook. And
Frimley.
what time is that
2 o'clock.
kicking off?
2
It's
o'clock.
kicking off at 2 o'clock. So if any of you are local and fancy coming down to watch a fantastic game of women's cricket, which I try and do as often as I possibly can. I came last week and it was brilliant. Hello, Lynn.
Hello.
Lynn Dunford. Wicket keeper exceptional.
Oh, last week I was appalling last week.
I tell you what, I saw a couple of fantastic catches you took, and straight off the bat, you pretty much grabbed it whilst it was still on the bat. No, honestly, viewers, it's worthwhile coming down here. It's absolutely sensational, and actually the rec, it just gets better and better.
It does.
It's,
Yeah, it's nice.
Initially, it's tricky because Hawley is, I think we would all agree, a prettier ground. But we're warming, well, I'm warming to the rec.
No, I like the rec. I prefer it
It
actually.
has a lot of promise.
I feel the Barstow staff at Frimley Green Rec are considerably better.
Don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean. Anyway,
On that lighter
lovely.
note.
On that lighter note, lovely to see you all, and
See you soon.
enjoy your afternoon. Right there, viewers. Well, thank you very much. I'll, just in case you hear any expletives or anything along those lines, I will sign off. Also, I want to have a good chat with my teammates, seeing as I'm not going to see a lot of them for a while after this. But yes, join us again in about, I would say, 20 odd minutes or so. I'll probably be on earlier than that, especially if you keep on chatting. Take care. Well, hello there, viewers, once again. And what I'm hoping is that, oh yes, Baz is about to set up the scorecard for young Oscar Hall-Galley, and Oscar, this week, will be scoring the second innings, the innings of Worplesdon and Bertham. So, if you've only just joined us, hello, where have you been? It's been thrilling, so thrilling, it's like a Korean, a Korean drama thriller. And for those of you who are not into Korean cinema, get into it. It's the best out there at the moment. So anyway, we have managed to, the Frimley Phoenix third 11, have managed to amass a total of 105. So Worplesdon and Bertham need 106, of course, to win. It's a difficult batting track. It is not easy. None of our batters could settle at all. Rosie had a go up top, threw the bats at a few, managed to connect with a few, but not many. A lot of bowls out there. 1 or 2 LBWs, and a freak accident for Ash up top. I say freak accident, freak wicket for Ash up top, where basically he caught hold of the ball. It went in the air a tiny bit, straight to the ground, and then rolled onto the stumps. He completely missed it, didn't know where it was. Just unlucky. And we expect that from one end there will be the beast of many faces, Dan Hall-Galley, who will open the bowling, usually a safe pair of hands to help take a bit of the shine off the ball up top and still be able to move it. And from the other end there will be baby reindeer Ross Spreadborough, who has apparently, so I've been told, found his line and length. Batters come onto the wicket, and can I have no comments whatsoever about the state of the young lad's attire? The fact is he is out playing wicket and is a fan of Lockie Ferguson. Let's leave it there, shall we? So, who have we got and where? Well, Jabley's taken my usual spot of mid-off. I say, just my usual, it's not mine. I just usually take that. Ryan is at his usual spot of mid-on. Jenny Matthews is at cover. The big difference, well, I'd say he's at cover. He'll probably be fielding at point because Rosie will come into cover. That's his regular spot. Ash is at mid-wicket. Yes, hold that thought, viewer. What is Ash doing there? At square leg, that's Ross. Fine leg, there is Ben Turnbull. Baz is at slip. I don't know, can you see him? Is he appearing on camera? Budum. I'm being kind, Claire. And Mark Dawson is behind the stumps. Awesome, Mark Dawson. So Ash has decided he didn't want to keep wicket today and throw himself around. He'd rather have a run around in the field. And Mark put his hand up and said, yes, I'll play behind the stumps, which might actually be fairly useful so that the threes know whether they have more people that they can rely on. But how is everyone? Right, how come I'm not playing today? Lee Mungo. So, I was supposed to be playing. I was supposed to be playing for the twos. As I said in the first innings, the twos match against Frimley Force was cancelled because Frimley unfortunately couldn't get a side together. Dan comes in for the second delivery. Safe and reliable. And yes, that was cancelled. There were 1 or 2 players, some of whom you will see today, who were due to play in the second 11 match, who were drafted into the third 11. Oh, moon ball, and that's cut away. That's Baz Batter's got a hold of that, and that's going to go the whole way to the boundary. That's not the sort of start that Dan wanted. Jenny's having to traipse after that to try and pick it up from the bushes. It is, as I've mentioned in the early innings, it's a fast outfield. So Worplesdon and Burpham were very attentive and protective of it, eyeing up our batter's favourite shots and positioning people on the boundary there just in case. So I think Dan that's an early scare. We can't afford to give away too many of those. Oof. And that's a good reply. Solid stance there by the batter. So yes, I decided that as opposed to playing, whether I'd like to play or not, it being my last weekend, I thought that actually I'd really like to come and commentate. I haven't been able to commentate on a game all season long. I've been playing lots. And that's another full toss, but well fielded by Ash at mid-wicket. So I decided I wanted to commentate and thought that would be a really nice way for me to sign off on, well, what looks to be most of my Phoenix season, because I won't be playing any more league, annoyingly. I will hopefully have a couple of Sunday friendlies, if we can get a side together, and if the opposition can get a side together, obviously. But I won't be able to play any more league because I've got a couple of jobs. So that's the reason I'm not playing. I decided I wanted to finish the season with the twos, couldn't do that, and so I'm commentating on the threes. And a cry from Dan, not given. Now this is Tom Cunningham umpiring, and he has to be absolutely certain, as indeed you should be. Absolutely should be. But there you go. I hope that answers your question, Lee Mungo. Thanks for that. Thanks for contacting. Tell you what, it's nice to have so much chat today. The more the merrier. So here we go, Ross Spreadborough. I don't know. Well, I'm watching it from here, but it still doesn't give a clear idea. Dan Hallgalley there asking me whether it was outside the line. I think he sounded pretty convinced, but lovely delivery to start off with from Ross. Now he's at the end where there has been some really invariable bounce. Like I said just before I signed off for tea, I went to have a look at it, and the crazy. First bad wicket we've had at the Rec this year, but well, we've got a game of cricket. But Mark Davies. So yes, I addressed him initially as Baby Reindeer Ross Spreadborough. Another little nudge by the batter, and again finds Mark Davies. I should add that in no way, I believe, has any part of that series been based on Ross's life. Enjoys it because he keeps, let's see, Reindeer. Have you seen Baby Reindeer? Yes, I've seen it, Ross. Yes, it was good. That was shorter, and the batter got a hold of that one. That's cut, and that's gone for a boundary. Really lovely shot that batter played. So a couple of early boundaries, one in Dan's over and one in Ross's. Worrying early signs for the Phoenix. But there's a long way to go. Oh, and same shot once again. But that one popped up, as did so many from the Warpston and Burpham innings. I may just start calling them the WB3s. Even they're the 2s. WB2s, that's the one. Oh, a nice slower floated delivery there from Ross. That was much nicer, but the batter dealt with it very well. Looks quite confident and competent thus far. And that's the end of the over. Do excuse me, that is my Rubicon. Other flavours of sparkling water or brands are available. And it's been in the sun. It's a bit too. For those of you who are watching us over the World Cup final, India versus South Africa, well done. Well done, because I mean, that's rubbish. India are going along at 94 for 3 off 12.1 overs. So, I mean, why would you want to watch that? You know, I can't think of any reason why you'd want to miss us and watch that instead. It's, of course. Oh, that was long and floated by Dan. The batter waited on it. He waited on it well. And I think that's probably what a lot of our batters didn't do, other than up top and Ryan and Jabley, is they didn't get their front foot to the ball. Just like that batter did there. Advanced down the wicket a tiny bit. To be honest, I know that Mark Dawson isn't a regular keeper, but actually this may be a time to stand up to the wicket. If that batter is going to play down like that and play the wicket like that, you'd want to get a little closer. Dan's getting into his rhythm now. Passing it to Jabley, who's going to put a bit of a shine on the ball. I'll try and see if they can keep that shine going for as long as possible. It is possible to make it last a good 30 overs. Tom Fryer and I did it in a game not so, well, last year at Midhurst, but the shine does go. Unless you look after the ball, the shine really leaves these balls and can leave them quickly. So for those of you who are don't know a vast amount about cricket, so the cricket ball is obviously tied up, or as that ball is cracked past Rosie at cover, that's flying, and it is going to make it, it is going to cross the boundary. That was a lovely graceful shot by the batter there. And another boundary comes off Dan's over. It was good up until that point. It was just a very fine shot. And if it goes past Rosie, there's probably not many others in the club that can get it. But yes, so the ball is basically two sides. It has stitches down the middle. And initially when you get it, it's all nice and shiny and clean and crisp. So the goal is As the ball gets older, that shine obviously leaves it. As the more deliveries and the more times it gets hit, that shine goes. But you want to try and keep the shine on one side. If you keep the shine on one side, you can get the ball to move in the air because the ball will travel quicker through the air on the shiny side than it will on the rough side. And certain bowlers like me, Ross, Taddy, we all rely on that shiny side. And that's good. That's pitched up from Ross, close to a Yorker. Played well by the batter. These two look like they can, they know what they're doing. Dan, however, Dan is a very fortunate bowler who can swing the ball no matter what condition it's in. Oh! Great ball from Ross there. Fantastic. Short of a length. Caught a bounced up. Invariable bounce I mentioned. Batter was a bit tied up. Caught a fine nick. And I think it was a bit of a dodgy take from Mark Dawson, but he took it nonetheless, and the umpire's hand went straight up. That's a marvellous start, because that youngster, he looked like he knew how to hold a bat. So what a great start for Phoenix. A couple of early scares with boundaries going, but that was a gorgeous delivery from Ross. There aren't many in this game, both sides. Do excuse me for the sneeze just then. Happy it happened then and not when that delivery had been bowled. But yeah, there aren't many bowlers today on both sides that will probably get the necessary speed to go through to the keeper for a nick behind, but certainly pace bowlers anyway. But Ross is one. New batter? Lovely start. Ross is looking very threatening here. Short and a glancing shot, but didn't go past point. Or gully, I should say. Mark Davies standing at gully. It's Jenny Matthews who's actually at point. So yes, a little nudge. Ross is finding his rhythm here, and I think this batter just wants to get through the over. Oh, finding the wicket, and that's popping up. Bowling with a bit of aggression here is Ross. He can be a bit feisty when he gets... Oh, and a great stop from Mark Dawson there. So one that was drifting down the leg side. I think it hit part of the batter's body, and yeah, well chased by Mark. Turned 60 the other week. You wouldn't know it. He's held himself together pretty well. With all my whinging about my various different ailments, swollen knee and strain on my lower back, bit of compression. I need to shut up. I'm only 44, he's turned 60, and look at him, he's still going. Full 40 overs, and he's at keeper as well. Bet he feels it in the morning, though. Won't get out of bed, he'll fall out. The sun's coming down a bit. I'm actually, for the first time today, taking my sunglasses off. It's now got a bit cooler. It's not as unbearable as it was earlier on in the day. Made off and just left by the batter. Probably sensible, getting used to the pace of the ball again. Oh, short pitched, bounced up, and again, well played. An experienced head on those shoulders of the batter. Dan having a look at the ball, and Ryan, is that a ball? It looks like a ball. Yes, it's a ball. I've no doubt they're looking at what's a better side to shine, or whether it's still round. Forward to it once more. Good length from Dan. Certainly hearing a lot more chat in the field from the Phoenix as there were than there was from Warbleston and Burpham earlier. A very quiet side, but they went about their business very nicely, and you know, to restrict us to well, actually it looks like they need to reach 107, so we must have got 106, I believe. So to restrict us to that, you know, it was effective what they were doing. That ball was pushed away to Rosie at cover. You need a pretty special shot if you're going to make him misfield it with one that's straight to him. Oh, that one was drifting down the leg side. That's some of Dan's famous coming into action. Drifted down. The batter looked like he moved across his stumps, but too far away. Ah, wide, and that was cut away. Jenny was stood at point, but there was an awful bounce as it came off the ground and just went past him, and that has gone for a boundary. Thermal biff from the batter there. Good supportive chat, having a rib at Jenny for missing it. It was a tough one though. That was struck well. Ross put it a bit too wide. Let's see if he can. And there's a short pitch bounce, and that one has gone between point and gully. It was barely a nudge, and that has gone for a boundary too. Discussion going on now about whether to have a third man or not. Personally, I don't see a harm. Dan stood at a fine leg at the moment, and nothing's really been going back there. So Jenny's dropping a tiny bit, going to deep point. Not quite on the boundary, but there enough. Nice. Full ball from Ross, and like I said, he's getting a bit feisty, having a stare off with the batter. And honestly, Ross, if you don't want the batter to hit you, put it in the right place, mate, then you won't have to stare at him. Or if you do stare at him, he won't, because he'll be walking back. And another full toss, but slower delivery, not as much ferocity. Coming in again. That was shorter and again connected with the batter. And Jenny at his deep point gets it and underarms it in, and only a single. Ross looks like he's moving a little uncomfortably. Oh, thank you, mate. I've just been corrected by Baz, who is in no way anal. Deep backward point. I stand corrected. Oh, a lovely full Yorker there, but I got the feeling he hit it. And yeah, Ross is certainly hearing it from everyone else. I think everyone else thought he hit it apart from Ross. Well, that was a fairly productive over from WB2. Couple of boundaries off it. Took a bit of the sting out of Ross's tempo. Here comes Dan, in for another over. And it'll be his fourth. For those of you all who are still watching, thanks very much. We had a bit of a sticky time earlier with when we lost the feed, or we didn't lose the feed. We think the encoder overheated a tiny bit because it's been working fine ever since it's been in the shade, as that was a fullish ball, and this guy, well, he's got some arms on him. So I think he's looking to swing the bat a bit. Well, wide and too wide. Batter reached out for it, and I think Dan's a bit... feels a bit hard done by there. That one down the leg side, and it's gone for a bye. I picked it up, tried to toss it back, but I'm doing a good run taken from WB2. That one was a little wide, nothing doing. Batter just content to leave it. And it feels like the pressure has switched a tiny bit after that early wicket. Worplesdon and Burpham feel a little comfortable at the moment. Ooh. Dan does one of his traditional dances when something was particularly close. I have a feeling he thought Mark might be able to have the bails off with that one. I do think it was sensible with someone with Dan's speed for the keeper to stand up closer to the wicket. Especially on a wicket like this where actually you do want to get to the pitch of the ball. So if a batter is going to advance down the wicket with someone like Dan's pace, if he misses it, it could be a marvellous chance there. Full delivery, dealt with by the batter. And that ball has been nicked or nudged down the leg side. It's gone fine and it's over the boundary. Nice shot played by the batter. Having a bit too much fun at the moment, these Worplesdon and Burpham batters. If the Phoenix aren't a bit more threatening, they might find that this game gets out of there quickly. 106 suddenly doesn't seem that insurmountable. There's another short ball by Ross, and pushed away by the batter, and that's gone for... Oh, yes, it's gone for 4. Jenny tried some nifty footwork, but where has it worked for Worplesdon and Burpham in our innings? It's not quite Phoenix this time. In the gaps at the... Another short delivery, and that again has been nudged. Mark Davies is after this. It's going to hold up. It hasn't got the pace to get the whole way to the boundary, and they'll only get the single. Here's that breeze again, so if you find the camera moving about, there's a lovely, delicate breeze that's just passing across the recreational ground here. Just enough, just the right amount. Oof! Well, short delivery, popped up. Well, thankfully it wasn't going at his head. That could have been quite nasty. A lot of chat, slight adjustment of the field, and we're good to go again. Slightly slower from Ross that time. Yeah. All in jest, but I get the feeling Ross is getting a teensy tiny bit frustrated here. No bowler likes getting hit. I mentioned earlier that 106 doesn't seem that insurmountable. You may think, you're saying, what on earth are you talking about, Henners? The 106 is no score at all. No, but you forget, viewer, that this was a very, very tricky wicket to bat on. However, these two don't seem to be having many issues, and I don't see the wicket doing strange things now that with our two bowlers. Ross is bowling a mixture of quite short and quite full. Dan has been pretty regular on his length, like that one. It's just his line's been slipping a tiny bit. The batter wanted to advance down there and absolutely cream him into what we hope is going to be a second pitch sometime soon, but it's that looping delivery that Dan has. Caught him out. Looked to cam down the wicket again, but cut that, and Rosie comes around at cover to field. No run taken. Come on, everyone. It's all very well when my team are batting, they can come over and have a chat. But when my team are fielding and there's no one to chat, I need you lot to message me. Well, steady over from Dan thus far. Hasn't been without its features of interest. I think this batter, judging by his footwork when the ball is delivered, he's caught in two minds with literally everything. So probably Dan is the best person to bowl at him. He looks like he wants to swing, but the trickiness of Dan's lack of pace and movement of the ball, I should say lack of pace, Dan's pace. Oh, but he caught that one, but it was a very fine edge. And Jenny's having to run around to field it at the boundary. He's got it, and it's being hurled in. Just the single taken. So I envisage that Dan probably will have another over, at least one more. But I would recommend fairly soon trying to get someone like Baz on. And maybe Jenny. Try a change of bowling. Just mix it up a little. Dan will probably have another over. Let's see, Ross is having another one now, but this might be his last because he'll be useful to bring on later. Ryan as well might bowl himself. I'll just see how the cookie crumbles. He's also got Jabley for a bit of leg spin if he... And we don't know what Mark Davies does. He says bowls a little bit, bats a little bit. Well, he batted a little bit. Might see if he can bowl a little bit, but as that one picks up again, yeah, they might want to see off a few wickets first before you give a newcomer a go. So 34 for 1 at the end of the last over. A wide ball called. Ross is getting frustrated. It's one of those days when, well, you know you've got it in you. You know you've always got it in you. But sometimes it just doesn't fall where you want it to. That was a off-pace full toss. Dan started singing, so he's in a happy mood. A couple of full tosses and a straight, so the batter has just been making sure that they don't hit the stumps. Don't need to rush this to Worplesdon and Burpham. They've got got plenty of time, which was exactly the case with us. Much better here though from Ross. Good length. Another shout. Yes, I think that was fairly hopeful. I might as well, whilst very little's happening in our game, check out to see how the ones are doing to let you know. You could always look it up yourself, but don't even know if... Oh! There was a little nick onto his pad there, and that's gone down to, well, it was backward of square leg and fielded by Ben Turnbull. And that's the end of the over. Brings it to a close. I haven't got the greatest of signal here, viewer, so it hasn't updated, and all I can tell you is that I've still got the information that Blackheath thirds were 60 all out after 34.5 overs. Won't even give me the scorecard. And the ones are yet to bat. Most frustrating. So yeah, Dan, another over. Usually fairly regularly bowls 6. Sometimes if he's bowling well and taking wickets, he'll get a 7th. Here's hoping he can pick one up now. A slow one, nudged by the keeper, and Jenny's down there at deep backward point. Thank you, Baz. And so he fields, and they take a single. Just ticking over, all they need to do. Bit of support emanating from the field. A hopeful appeal. I probably could have told him that from where I'm sitting right here. Oh, that was an unlucky one. That had just got to it. Under edge and went past the stumps. Cross in the field there going, we should have batted second. Yep, well, in our innings he was probably right. That would have just drifted right past. Well, forward and defended there. Oh, I say a wild swish. There was no great push or emphasis there. But it picked up. Easy bounce once again. White fox season. So, viewer, a family just passed by me. One is wearing a very flagrant fluorescent pink top. And it says season on, no idea what that. And pushed away, and well, there are enough comments from fielders that suggest that that's Dan's spell coming to an end. Whether Ross will be taking a second one or 6, or whether they'll keep him off. Yeah, so Ross isn't removing his hat, so he'll stay on. So, well, that will be 11. Yeah, because you've had 6, Ross had 5. No, you've still got more pennants to come. So, this is a bit of interest, viewer, and I was about to put you on mute and have something to eat, but I can't now because Mark Davies is coming on, and the sun has come out again right in front of me. It's blistering. But let's see what Mark Davies has in his locker. Oh, well. So medium pace, a bit full, well, full pitched. Would be nice for it to pitch. And a sweep shot by the batter that's gone down to Dan at fine leg. Well, cool, but I'd suggest that was probably a little high. So I imagine that if Mark now, it's not long before they'll bring Jenny on. Wide, and that's gone past Rosie at cover. Ash is after it. I don't think it'll make the boundary. No, indeed. Oh. It was right on the boundary. Ash went for it. He got a hand to it, but he didn't manage to push it back onto the main field. It only went over the boundary. So another one. And well played by the batter there. And that's a long looping delivery. Didn't pitch. Ben Turnbull after it, got it. There's a really persistent chaff in the trees over to my... There's a cutter. Oh, what a duck. Oh, and a chance. The batter at the non-strikers there. Striker back. That was a great, that was a firm back foot drive. Rosie dived for it, got it with his left hand. Got straight to his feet, picked it up. Lucky for them, they didn't take the run. Oh, wow. Much a worm. I take the worm burner terminology from North Wheatley and Leverton, our friends up there. If anyone can think of a special Phoenix one, Morley or the Frimley wreck, that would be great. It would probably take me a whole winter to think up one. Well, Dan is coming back on for a 7, so after everyone congratulating him, saying, well done, good spell, back on he is.
Come on, Phoenix, come boys! Still a long way to go.
Oh, looping, and the batter went for it, but it's gone to Ryan at mid-on. Oh, cut, and that's gone in the air and straight to Rose Dog. Couldn't have wanted a better outcome if we tried. He doesn't drop many. Probably the best fielder on the field. So if we wanted it to go to anyone, it was to him. And that was a good old innings by that opening batter. Didn't catch his name. But yeah, he was dirty stuff, but could never really get going. I mean, having said that, they're 44 for 2 now, so it's still looking fairly ominous for the Phoenix. So I guess what we're hoping for is that the 3 up top are really the only batters they have, but may find ourselves fairly unlucky in that position. So I think the Phoenix need a few to fall here to feel like we're back in the game. Message from David Nesbitt. Afternoon all. The ones ended up 61 for 1 after 8.1, won by 9 wickets. Well, that's a fair old decimation now, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, goodness knows how Blackheath only made it to 61 off 34.5. That must have been the most turgid innings you could wish for. It's just frustration that they couldn't end it sooner, but yeah, to finish it all off in 8.1, well, I imagine that's 61 for 1. Sam Warren and Sammy Samaratunga opened. So every one will turn into a 2 with those two. So, well, that's good news. That's marvellous news. Dogs to Raycliffe. Move away from the computer for a second and miss the wicket. Well, indeed you did. Very sorry, but thankfully it's still on your computer. Thank you for watching. Thank you everyone for still watching. As Dan comes in for another delivery. Oh. Again, this batter, I feel, he just wants to open his shoulders. He wants to move down the wicket and try and hit down to Kingdom Come. But there's that late dip that Dan gets. Apologies for stepping away for a second. It wasn't because I was eating something, although I probably will in a second. But there was some youths passing by behind. And actually, most of them were fairly polite. You expect that when you say, "Get out of the way," not that I say it in that kind of voice, but you expect that to get a bit of verbals back. Most of them fairly pleasant. Well, I do have a very casual looking Richard Turnbull and a dog approaching me here. See, your chair's still available. Hmm? Oh, hello. Hello. Yeah, I think so. It's been a bit of a mixed bag out there, but it's interesting seeing Mark bowling. I think for me, I'd probably want to bring Baz and Jenny on fairly soon. Yes, could be very interesting. I think Warpleton and Bertham have definitely taken the pressure off themselves by getting some decent, getting a good almost 50 early doors. So now, yeah, we just need to take, I think, about 4 wickets to, yeah, start getting it interesting. Feel like we're back in the game. Well, it's had its few overs to wear away one side. Talking about the ball swinging a little. Probably showed with a couple of under edges and the lack of timing. Nudge down onto the leg side. Dan just comes in to pick it up and throws it back into mark. And only a single. Getting some nice messages on the chat today. People are watching. Got 8 people watching and lots of, you know, some good chat. Yeah. The ones have, you probably know already, the ones have won. They won by 9 wickets. Finished it off in 8.1. Yes. Well, I was going to start eating it, but then a wicket fell. So I quickly put everything down. And Mark Davies was bowling, so I thought, well, I haven't seen this, so I'd quite like to chat about it without something in my mouth going, A looping delivery slightly down the leg side and picked up by Mark Dawson. Mark's done rather well behind the stumps. Wouldn't you say? I mean, really, you don't want to be talking about the keeper, do you? So, very true. Oh yes, indeed. Comment from Dan saying, wow, that over went quick. Indeed it did. Very quick.
Catch you later.
Will do. See you, Rich. Bye-bye. If you've caught us and are enjoying the footage and are not yet subscribers to the channel, please consider doing so. Yeah, and click the like button as well. It all helps with this fabled YouTube algorithm. Our goal, well, the first goal this year was achieved. That was to get to 500 subscribers. I would obviously like to make it 1,000, but I'll be patient on that one as Dan comes in. Oh, floating delivery, that little skip from Ryan, that groin injury still giving him a bit of a jip. But yeah, that again wanted a bit of an old heave-ho, but the ball dropped down just in front of his feet. It's a perfect Yorker for Dan. Yeah, Ryan looks to be in quite a bit of discomfort now. I think they'll probably have to move him to somewhere else. I just hope they don't ask me to come on in his place. That would be wrong. Oh, short pitch delivery and cut away by the batter. It's not going to go the whole way to the boundary. Jenny's after it, although he does try and kick it over the boundary, but all's good. Only the single taken. Firm drive, but Jabley will get himself behind that, and he does. So this will be Dan's eighth over. So he may well bowl himself out, or Ryan will bowl him out. 9 overs are allowed per bowler. That's gone wide. Yeah, so the other goal is that we have to attain is we have to have 3,000 hours watched so that we can finally start earning some money on this channel of ours. And as a charity, well, that was driven, and Mark Davies at extra cover got his foot in the way, stopped it from going. So as a charity, we need it to help the various different schemes we've got going on. So, yeah, as that one is cut away, that was a proper biff, a graceful, but it's gone over the boundary. That's another forward to Warbleston and Burpham. So yes, I was about to say 3,000 watched hours. So if you ever fancy watching any of our games from the past, don't know which ones I can recommend in particular, there's so many of them, but if you enjoy having our brand of cricket in the background, feel free. Put on all the live games of the past and let us, help us get up to that magic figure of 3,000 watched hours. Then the advertising companies have to start paying us. Oh, there's a shout there for Andy's been given. That looked pretty convincing. Dead straight, so plumb it was apricot. It was a sweep shot he played, the batter. And yeah, that front foot just came straight out. Almost like it was saying, hit me, hit me. And by the looks of it, that's the end of Dan's over, and they're going off for drinks. So actually, on that note, viewer, do please leave me some messages that I can talk about when we get back. Not that it's boring, but it helps pass the time. But I'm just going to mute because I'm going to have a little bite to eat. It'll lessen my load on the journey that I have to make in... Oh, I've still got plenty of time. I have to leave at 6:30. I've got work this evening, one of those days. And welcome back, viewer. Welcome back, Mark Davies. And it's given us a no ball, which probably makes more sense. I think, and bounced about 20. Nice comment from Dan. Well, there's still some bowling. Delivery. That's finding that tricky length that was there earlier. And the thing is, Ross is very much quicker than any of the bowlers that they had made. So it could well be that it just didn't bounce for him like it did for them. Mark's suddenly starting to find some bounce. Maybe it's just the right length. So yes, thank you for excusing me for a little tea. Quarter of some old quiche. And then a nice little slice of my wife's birthday cheesecake. As that's thumped past between cover and mid-off, and Ash picks it up on the boundary, and that's going to be a bullet straight into the bowler's end. Lovely bit of fin. That's why he's out on the boundary today. And yeah, a bit of my wife's appeal, but not given. No interest at all. Yes, my wife's vegan cheesecake, which is absolutely delightful, only it had sort of turned into vegan cheese soup. It being so hot out here, it's one of those lovely cold cheesecakes. Still tasted marvellous, yes. Hadn't ape. Short delivery and pulled away by the batter. It's going to Ben Turnbull, and he's got it. Throws it in. Nice bit of fielding. Well, I was trying to spot where those teenagers that were passed behind me have gone. It seems like they've crawled around the back of our pavilion. Our pavilion, I don't know that I've ever shown it in a channel before. It's not really one to show off about. I remember commentating on a second 11 match versus Frimley Forts at their Brookwood ground. The thing about their Brookwood ground is that it has, well, it's a dated pavilion. I think I described it as an episode. It was edition 34 in Crack Dens Weekly. Well, ours isn't quite that bad, but it is hidden by a collection of about 8 odd trees, and that's a good thing. Dan comes in. This will be his final over. He's certainly getting it to move now. I went for it, and that looked like it was a pad. Bit of a new batter hasn't. Don't believe the new batter's faced a delivery yet. And gone the whole. Got one that he could hit, and that's gone all the way. He's been waiting for that, has this bat. He's been waiting for delivery that he could just drive straight down the ground. They've either been a little too short or just dropped him in front of him at the wrong angle, and Finally one that he could unleash his limbs on. And that one too, but that's a full bunger. And he's taken a big old Farmer's side at that, straight out of Farmer's Weekly, and that's gone across the boundary. One of the opposition teammates throwing it to Ash, and Ash jogging it back in. Well, that's taken the pressure off of them a tiny bit. Wicket really could do with taking another one, especially this fella. He looks like when he gets into his stride, he can really give it a good biff. There's a short one. Picked up, but thankfully Rosie's on the end of it. Oh, and that's another full bunger. Not wide, not a no ball. Not the way Dan would have wanted to have finished what has largely been a good spell, but there'll be some half-decent returning figures there. I think next over we'll probably see either Jenny or Baz. Probably Baz, actually. I've had enough for medium pace. So here we go. Mark Davies in for another over. Short and going down the leg side. It was almost a vasectomy ball. Bad signal. And that's a bit of a moon ball, and the batter sweep got hold of that, and that's gone all the way down to the boundary. There's a bit of style there. Can't afford to give anything now. Tell you what, viewer, the rough thing about where I have been sitting is that there also appears to be very little signal. Dan Allgally's been yelling at me to try and find out what his figures are. Probably should give him something that's a complete lie. Oh, another flighted delivery. That's just... this is just offering them some runs. He wants to know what his figures are. Nice delivery there. Huh? He did want to know about his figures. Yeah, I thought he did. It helped that I just don't have any signal. Right, and here we go. Dan coming off after his 9-over spell, and as I suspected, on comes Baz. I'll be nice, Claire. I will. I promise, if you're still watching. And looks like our first member of the ones has turned up. Sandy Manus. Here he is. Right, and by the looks of things, we've also got Sammy, as Rayon has turned up as well. And Alex Saunders. God, a whole swathe of ones have turned up. Hopefully they come and join me. But I actually have some form of signal now for you, so I might be able to answer Danny's question. Nope, no luck today. I think my phone's undercharged and just fallen asleep. And I want to commentate on Baz, so why don't I? Well, getting some feisty bounce there by all accounts. Signal. Huh? Yeah. Right, I planted myself back down. Now I can enjoy the cricket comfortably. In he comes. Oh, a bit of rip on that one, a little nudge by the batter. Nothing doing really. Oh, what a delivery! Sweet as! It's the one that didn't move. Oof. I thought that was going to be the straight one, but it was a little down the leg side. It's been nudged, and Ross was after it. A good over from Baz to start off with. Lots of things to be interested in. And so Mark Davies will continue. Probably use him for a couple more and then bring Jenny Matthews on from the far end, or Ryan might fancy a bowl himself. Looked to be a little turn there, but just potentially Mark's whippy action, and that was played away to cover. And we know who's there. It's the Rose Dog. Cam Khan's turned up. He has arrived. Sounds like he had a triumphal day, as there's another full toss from Mark Davies, and that was missed by the batter. It's sort of it's tricky now. It's not looking good for the Phoenix. We're on they're on Wolverstone and Burton 72. That looks like. I'm having to rely on the scoreboard viewer, unfortunately, because My phone isn't working because of the dark spots here at Frimley Recreational Ground as Mark Davies comes in once more. Moonball, and that this time it's been connected. The batter has connected and Baz has given up the chase. It's gone over the boundary and that is 4. Well, I'm not the captain of the threes. I won't be captain of the threes ever, I don't think, other than for the odd game. But if I was, I would bring Jenny Matthews on right now. See what he can do. He's a very line length, but when he's bowled in the past, he's got the ball to do things on this ground. A short delivery that time, but cut away to Rosie, and Rosie Fields, no run taken. Oh, and that's gone high in the air. Is somebody underneath it? Could be Jenny, and he takes the catch! Phoenix have a 4th. They're not out of this yet. Well, Jenny made that look harder than it was. He stepped back. He stepped back initially and then had to charge at it, but just got there at just the right time. Marvellous! Safe pair of hands, and actually that was the batter. That's useful. That was the batter who had been hitting all the boundaries. So useful to have him out. And another hopeful victim for the Phoenix. They don't have many to get, Wolfston and Burpham. But goodness knows what this ground has in store for us.
Right, come on guys, come on Mark, make it a good one.
Couple of wickets and we could be in for a thriller, viewers. Who knows? And I think that's what Wolfston and Burpham did well, that as soon as one of our batters seemed to get going, they would take a wicket, and then with that wicket, another would fall. There were just too many ducks in our innings, unfortunately. Oh, long loopy delivery and played back to the bowler. Well, after that, I think Mark Davies will have earned himself another over. It's a very harsh person to bring you off after you have just taken a wicket. And we call that person Alan Doyle. Oh, behave, Henners. Unfair, unfair. He's not here to defend himself, unlike Dan Walgally. Well, like I said, viewer, Baz has a habit of taking wickets on a regular basis this year. Let's see what he can do. Over 2. Oh, pitched in the perfect area. Played away by the batter. Looked like he wanted to slam that. In the end, just fended it off. Whereas that one, oof, didn't pick up at all. I think the batter was expecting that to go a lot higher. Gave himself some room. Not sure he's wise to do that too often. Oh, and that's caught him fishing. That escaped through, but no nibble. Sends a little tempter out wide, but the batter not biting this time. Oh, despite what Dan is saying out in the middle, they are well ahead of the run rate, so there's no need to rush at all. He took a gamble on that one. I'm not sure that he knows that Baz has a straight one. I think that was it. The only problem was it was going down the leg side, but only just. What an over that was, fantastic. Totally put the pressure on the batter there. And there has been a change of bowling. I think my powers of telepathic abilities are vastly underrated. I don't give myself enough applause and celebrations for them, because Ryan has brought on Jenny Matthews, and that's what I've been crying for the last 2 overs. Here we go. Of course, there is a chance it could fall flat in my face now, and Jenny could get battered to every corner of the ground, even though grounds don't in general have corners, although some places are described. Cow corner is a it is no. Anyway, semantics. Jenny's coming on. Let's hope he doesn't get battered. He's line and length, and he will find, from when I've played with him in the past, he will find some bounce, invariable. Drum roll. Oof! What did I say? There's some bounce out there. I tell you what, this gentle giant out there, if it bounces up to his head, then, well, that will suggest to you what kind of a wicket we are playing on here, viewer. Comes in again. Solid. Oh, well, they were thinking about a single, but there's no single to downhaul galley. Well, there is a single for downhaul galley, but in that situation, you really wouldn't want to take one. Ah, very nice, nicely bowled, and that's... Still one more delivery to go. I thought that was a maiden over for a second, but I was wrong. It's not over yet. Oh! Well, a quick single was taken to spoil that over. A little nudge went to square leg, and unfortunately Ben Turnbull caught napping. Didn't run in particularly hard, and the throw wasn't great either. So a little single taken. But a great first over regardless. From Jenny Matthews. What did I say, viewer? What did I say? Yes, I thank you very much. Next over from Baz. I'm rather excited again, viewer. Two bowlers who can make the ball and wicket talk. Ooh. I have this bad habit, and I've realised this, viewer, of when I get excited about something and the ball is doing something like this, I exhale after every single delivery. I need to try and stop that. There we go. That's a nice easy one for me to kick the habit on. might start holding my breath. Anyway, regardless, I'm holding my breath for a great Phoenix comeback here. I think I'm allowed an exhale on that one. What a delivery. No pickup whatsoever. All it needed was to find some stumps. Very nice, very nice. There's some good chat going on in the field now. Heads have picked up a few wickets and two bowlers who are getting the ball to do something, and suddenly heads are picking up. I think everyone feels they're within a chance here. Ooh. Great over from Baz. That was a proper maiden, that one. Beat the batter, all ends up. I have a feeling that at the moment Baz will be on for a 9 over spell. At this rate, he may even be making it. So, Jenny Matthews, the second over. Let's see if he can make this game even more interesting. Oh, he's finding the bounce. There's a run called. Ross was hard in on that. I think they're wanting to take some singles. They've no need to take the singles here, Warbleston and Burpham, but they're trying to. They're trying to take them and putting themselves under... I have two remnants of the ones game approaching me here. There's Sandeep Manas, fan of all things AC/DC, and there was a nudge down the leg side. Baz is chasing that as fast as he possibly can do, but it's gone over the boundary. That was 4 runs that Warbleston and Burpham needed. That will take the pressure off them a little. Pressure that Phoenix are mounting onto them. Hello, dear Chairman, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
I hear you've had a lovely game. Here, pull up a chair. Come and sit down and chat.
I'm not going to interrupt you.
Well, you're not. You'll be adding to the flavour of the conversation. This game has suddenly picked up, Rob.
Well, hasn't it just?
Two bowlers who can get the ball to do things and get the ground to do things as well. They're both on, and they're both stirring up some trouble.
Well, 4 wickets is massive. Absolutely
4 wickets is good.
And so you feel like a couple fall and all of a sudden it swings back our way again, doesn't it?
Indeed, indeed. And that was the thing with our innings, is that Warbleston and Burpham seemed to get 1 wicket and then one would fall really close after.
Yes, yes.
So there was, I think we had about either 3 or 4 ducks, which were, I mean, Ashes was just unfortunate as that ball is slammed and that's heading to the boundary. Dan's given up the chase. It's gone for 4.
Need to pitch it up on this one.
Does need to pitch it up. He needs to find those potholes as well. There's 1 or 2, and there's also little tufts of green lush grass that are coming through. They're sort of covered over with a line of dust now, but they're still there. They're still there.
Yeah. Come on, Jenny.
I like Jenny as a bowler. He can really make things happen.
He can, can't he? Yes. That's better.
Much better.
At length.
Another quick single taken. Like I said, they didn't need to take these quick singles, but I get the feeling that with taking 1 or 2 of them there, just adding a little bit of pressure, it's just less they have to do. As that goes down the leg side.
Oh, that's harsh, isn't it?
It's harsh. Mark's actually been fantastic behind the stumps.
I'm not surprised, actually. Mark's done it before, hasn't he?
Well, it shows. It shows, because...
Has he done it for the Prince of Wales before?
I can't remember. I haven't played in a game where he has. Oh, a slow one, a floated delivery, and they are taking another single. Chance for a run out.
Well, I should leave you to it, but fantastic. Carry on the good work, mate, and seems been very interesting listening to you.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh, marvellous. I wondered who it was.
It was me.
It was you all along. We've had a lot of comments on the chat, and not from people who are club related.
Fantastic. Did the chap
people
from
all over the
Atlanta
place.
mention this?
No, he's not on today, but and that's been battered. That's chip shot battered, that one. That's gone, and this, I think they're wanting to tee off to finish it fairly quickly now, because that wasn't a terrible delivery, a bit too full, but...
He went for it, didn't he?
He went for it.
Almost probably a wicket this over with
and
Baz, I think.
the spirit in the field is good. Anyway,
Absolutely.
yes. I mean, Baz has been looking like he will take a wicket.
Yes.
I think it's just finding that one ball that they miss on the stumps.
What comments have we had then?
Oh, just chat. Love it that it's up and running. How's it going? I think Isaac's watching. So he said, "Oh God, I stepped away from my computer for 1 minute and I missed the wicket." I'll see if I can dig him out. My phone hasn't been updating brilliantly thanks to the black hole of Frimley Wreck.
Frimley Wreck, yes.
It's like
great yesterday.
Mordor.
Great yesterday evening. Down here for the food bank collecting.
Oh really?
Oh, there was loads down here.
Marvellous.
Absolutely marvellous from what the kids have done. I won't be able to read them, mate.
Oh, right. So we've had,
no eyes.
other than Adam Dukes, Yogi, Chris O'Brien, who has chipped in, Claire Peacock, we have had... Oh, do you know who David Nesbitt is? He sent me a...
Does that ring a bell?
Oh, I totally missed a delivery there. What happened, Sandy? What happened there?
Edge outside to third man and then...
Edged outside to third man?
See, I told you, I'm a bad influence.
You're not a bad influence at all. So, yeah, we've had Lee Mungo, Spoobit, Hitesh Yadav, all who are watching, who are not involved in the club in any way, as that's a lovely...
That's well, they're very welcome.
Absolutely.
They should be involved in the club.
Please, yes, please do stay in contact.
You're still part of the gang.
You are. You're Phoenix family now. Part of the cult. Oh, that's gone in the air. Who's underneath it? It's Mark Dawson. Lovely catch. The gloves help definitely, and there, that has broken through.
In fact,
Lovely,
they
fantastic.
They were a nice group of lads today.
Blackheath.
Lovely group of lads.
So it sounds like it was a bit of a turgid innings. They got stuck in and wouldn't score. Or couldn't score.
To be honest with you, I think we just bowled so well today, Sandy, don't you think? It's probably the best bowling performance all round, if you see what I mean, than we've done, and in the field. Because you can't get it all to work together, and I would say that probably worked today. And then batting, Sam had a point to prove, and then I don't know why he did, but my goodness, he wasn't hanging around. And Alistair batted really well, didn't he, again?
Oh, right, so Alistair went in number 3.
Alistair went in number 3, when Sammy fell,
Sammy opened.
But
that was a nice little outing.
If Sammy's going to fail, he might as well fail when you've only got 60 to chase, you know, because next week he'll be back with 100.
They were 59 flat them a bit because 3 of them came off edges. I got 1.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
Who took the wickets then?
Sam got, Joe got 3, I got 1, Harrison got 2, Cam got 2. Andy got 1, and we got 1 run out.
Yeah, right. 1 run out. Yeah, Andy got 1.
So they were nicely dotted across.
Everyone got in.
A new batter.
Baz looks mean, doesn't he, with those sunglasses on?
Baz looks mean regardless. This whole season he's been looking like he's been, eating up the wickets.
Yes.
But yes, I've never seen him sort of so zoned in on the season. And of course, it being Baz, he's playing it all down completely.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, as he always would.
But
hi, Jabley. You good, mate? How you doing? Yeah, very good, thank you. Great effort, this.
I think Jabley may have put his hand up for an Ashy after today.
Oh, is Jabley getting an Ashy?
He might after today.
Are you making aspersions about my run rate?
I beg your pardon, what?
Well, it can't be Jim because he's not playing this year at the moment, so it could be, maybe Jabley's got the Ashy.
I think it was 22.
Oh.
Which doesn't beat Adams' 23 ball duck
Against this lot.
last year.
And it was against this lot.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, that was a moon ball, and that was
done there, Bazza.
hooked by the left-hander past Rosie, and that's gone. Mark Davies really tried to get that.
Unlucky, Mark.
Yeah, unlucky. That's gone across the boundary. That was not the way to put the pressure on the new bat. Come on, Baz.
Oh, was it? Come on, Bazza. Another one now.
Well, I have to say, I'm not getting downhearted, viewer. It looks very unlikely. But this is the wonderful thing about cricket. Strange things can happen.
Bazza,
Too far on the leg side for the left-handed bat, and that has gone all the way down to the boundary. He's connected with that again. That was a gorgeous shot. Proper pile driver.
Yeah, it's going over, isn't it? That's what I thought, if we could get a couple here. But
94, 98. Yes, it's... this is looking very ominous now.
Cam bowled well as well today.
Yeah, he bowled really well.
Really well.
Yes, he's turned up, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's R&T evening. Come on, Bazza.
Right, so let's see.
Use the right pitch.
Right pitch. Dan, use the right pitch, Bash.
That's it.
Oh, another full toss.
That's fine, the line is
Seems
right.
to have lost it now, but I think they'll try and take a second. Yes, they're trying to take a second. Jabley's run around to pick it up and throwing it back in. And yeah, Baz's last 3 deliveries have just gone to pot.
He's not happy about it.
No, he's not happy about it at all.
Unlucky, Baz.
Unlucky, Baz. Come on, mate.
Stranger things have happened than the Phoenix's chance to win this game. Viewer, but it looks incredibly unlikely.
What I would do now, if he hasn't been bowled out, I'll bowl DHD now.
He's been bowled out. He's been bowled out. He bowled his 9 overs in a straight.
Yeah, he prefers to do that, doesn't he? He doesn't stiffen up and whatever, so...
He's like Mark Bassett used to be, or still is, I think.
Bertie was like that, wasn't he? Yeah.
Wants to bowl the whole way through because otherwise he just, stiffens up and all goes to pot.
I'd really like to have Mark playing again.
He's thinking about it. Saw him recently for a Prince of Wales game.
Oh, right. Please give him my... Oh.
Oof.
Well, bow, Jenny.
The thing is, what he wants to do, what Mark Bassett says he wants to do, he wants to walk out his front door onto a wicket. He doesn't want to drive to, a million miles away, left, right and centre.
No, I understand that. Well bowled. That kept low.
Nice bowling, Jenny.
Well done, Ben.
Still a chance for a wicket or 2 here.
What do they need? 10 or something?
No, it won't even be that. If it's 104, they need 2.
2?
Oh, 3. 3, sorry. 3 to win. 2 to draw. Oh, and that's gone high. There's no one back there. That's gone the whole way. That will be the game. There we go, over the boundary. And that's a win for Worplesdon and Bertham 2s against our 3s.
Unlucky, lads.
Well played, lads.
It was well played. It was a good spirited game. They managed to get the wicket to do a lot more than we did. Yeah.
Did we win the toss, Henners?
I don't know. I wasn't out in the middle.
Okay, fair enough.
I think Mark has sent you the.
Thank you.
He filmed the toss because I was still doing bits and bobs here.
There's stuff that hasn't come through purely because I couldn't get this with you.
Well, viewer, that was a game played in fantastic spirits, but ultimately the Phoenix Threes have sadly demised. We have lost to Worplesdon and Bertham's second 11. Well played to them. They've had, as I mentioned early doors, had a luckless season with a couple of wins here, there and everywhere. But they really mastered this wicket today. It was awful for the Phoenix to bat on, and they managed to pass through us completely. And for only 106 made, and then they never looked to really be in trouble. We took wickets at various different stages, and occasionally a bit of pressure was put onto them, but at no time did it ever look really like they weren't going to make it. Every single time I seemed to turn to the scoreboard, they were in a much better good. So congratulations to them. Thank you very, very much for watching. For all of you, all of the comments. Highlights will be out on Monday. Rob's weekly roundup will be out on Wednesday. Stay tuned for that. Set your alerts. Like and subscribe, please. See you next time.